We continue here in Eliminations. We got a competition buy. Once you get paired up with the staging lanes, if your vehicle will not fire, then your opponent gets a freebie. So that's what's exactly happening. Race this way, but you'll take it if you can get it. In the air on the starting line launch. Handicap head start this time goes to Ron Dykman out of Kewanee, Iowa. The green, Firebird. Huggins goes double 0-2 red. Ron Dykman will get the win with the 0-11 reaction time. 7-12 is dial run 7-09. In fact, both drivers run under their predicted index. Next pair comes to the starting line. Got the dragster that could or should or would. Beautiful little front engine throwback dragster. Don't really see those much anymore. Old school like they did back in the 1960s and 70s. Up against Jim Pruitt in the Beretta out of Fulton, Illinois. Red light start for the dragster. Automatic win for Pruitt. He'll go to the next round in the Beretta. Actually runs 628 on a 628, so he's dialed and good to go as he works his way through eliminations today at the World Series of Drag Racing. Once again, no box. We are in round one. If you have not ran round one in no box, you should be in the lanes. And Mopar versus Chevrolet matchup coming to the starting line now. Dave Klein is in the big GTX here in the Tower Freedom Motorsports lane, and Andrew Quinn in the Corvette on the Berkey side of the racetrack. Oh, sweetie honey dear. Look at that. You're awesome. Thank you very much. Tenderloins. Thank you, Chucky's. If you haven't been over your Chucky stand, where are you located this time?
Right next to the restrooms.
Right next to the restrooms on the pit side. Go over and get Chucky's. It's the best tenderloin you could ever have. Believe me, I live in the South. I live in Eastern Tennessee. They don't even know what a tenderloin is there. They try to sell you one, but it's no good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Continuing eliminations here at the World Series of Drag Racing. Round one of no box eliminator. Chucky's brought up some tenderloins. I can't be any happier than this as I watch Jeremy Bausman pick up the win. 591 on a 577, 004 his reaction time. And Hermes Popcorn just brought up some popcorn. They're located by the grandstand area on the pit side. So get some fresh, delicious popcorn. Steve Marquis and Steve Pipkin. With 004 red light start. Too much to drink last night for Mr. Marquis, I think. Doesn't normally go 004 red, but Pifkin had an 018 reaction time, so he had to be good to pick up the win. What? Jeff Freeman picks up the win there as Bob Reitenhauer red lighted on the starting line. We continue with eliminations. Junior Dragsters round one, staging lanes 4, please. Junior Dragsters round one, staging lane 4. Junior Dragster round one, staging lane 4. The wait and see by run is number 3008. Come to lane 5. Wait and see by. If you're number 3008, come to lane 5, and you'll get the bye if there's an odd number. Junior Dragsters, lane number 4, round number 1. Junior Dragsters, lane number 4 for round number 1. The wait and see bye is number 3008. Please come to lane 5. Down to the top end, the Winlight Jace Deering runs 590 on the 576 on the Berkey side of the racetrack. We continue in eliminations here in our no box category. Junior Dragsters, you've been called to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, you've been called to the lanes, please. Round one, Junior Dragsters. Brennan Wheats picks up the win on the Berkey side of the racetrack. 684, a double breakout, picks up the win. Continuing eliminations in our no box category, Tyler Lawson on the Freedom Motorsports Tower lane, and Bobby Ince Jr. in that beautiful little Nova. Both black cars on the starting line. Bobby Ince in the Berkeley's lane in the Nova. 584 to a 6-flat dial-in. Slide handicap head start to the wheel standing. Wow, wheel standing pickup truck. I didn't really expect that, but I got to see it. Breaks out at the top end, runs 599 with a 4 on a 6-flat dial-in, so Bobby Ince picks up the win. Wow. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes or rolling in the lanes now for your first round. Junior dragsters, rolling in the lanes for your first round. The wait and see buy. The wait and see buy is number 3008, so you need to be out of the main lane there right next to him. 3008 is the wait and see buy. And we'll continue here in our eliminations. We are in our no box category, round number 1. Tower Lane, Christopher Peterson picks up the win as Chad Ecker goes red. We continue on. Top end win goes to Scotty Weeks as Bob Flangton just slows way down on the track. We're going to keep an eye on him, make sure he can get off the top end. Looks like he's picking up speed down there, so we're going to be good to go. Winner Scotty Weeks on the Berkey side of the racetrack. Once again, Junior Dragsters round 1, you should be rolling in the lanes. Junior Dragsters round 1 should be rolling in the lanes. So wait and see buy is number 3008. See if you get a buy run, you need to pull to the side of that class. Number 3008. Your wait and see buy. Round 1 at the World Series of Drag Racing for our no box eliminator. 006 red light start for Paxton. Ouch, that hurts. So Holitz out of the Freedom Motorsports side will pick up the win. Another red light start as Tim Razenbach goes red. Tower Lane will pick up the win. 851 on an 853 dial. Doesn't matter if you break out. If your opponent red lights, that gives you a freebie. In another matchup here of a pickup versus regular Chevy Malibu. Kevin Smith been racing forever in that orange. Entry doing the wheel stand over on the Berkey side. Here comes the Beeve Hunter. Been racing a long time himself in that beautiful pickup. Hunter gets the win, 584 on a 584. Wow. 002, the finish line at the stripe. That's a close race in round 1.
That's Austin Began out there taking on that Mustang in the Berkey side. That's not Austin? Sorry, not Austin, but it is a Trans Am. Taking on a Mustang. Who gets it, Scott? Scott's getting a Tenderloin. That was excellent, though. If you guys ain't got our food yet, head on down to the concession stand. They got pork tenderloins down there. Chucky's tenderloins. They are on the property. Check out Chucky's tenderloins. They are fantabulous. This looks like Anks versus Beers out there. Got the Buick Regal taking out the J2000 Pontiac in the spectator lane. The Pontiac dialed in 584. Ace in the near lane, dialed in 716. Red light for Ace and Fears directly on the next round. Let's see what he puts up on the board. He runs it out the back door. He goes 581 with a 7 on that 8-4 dial, just trying to see what it can do today. That's Roger Hoke in the near lane. Beautiful green Challenger. Dialed in 668. Taking on Jenny Wilson in her Camaro. Spectator lane. Berkey side. Dialed in 758. Red light for Jenny. Sends the Dodge to next round. That's Tyler Brooks in the far lane in that Monty SS, dialed in 683. Taking on the bike, Clemmy. Clemmy dialed in 658, Freedom Motorsports lane. Win light for Brooks. Look at that. Hits his number. 683 with a 7 on that 8-3 dial. Cutting a tree down. 004 reaction time. That's Tyler Brooks directly on the next round. Check out this gorgeous GS Buick in the far lane. Followed by Casey Walker out of Mapleton, Illinois. He's dialed in 648. Taking on the Camaro. 70 split bumper, gorgeous Camaro, dialed in 740. Followed by Dalton Beal. At the stripes, it's Beal. He goes 740 with a 4 on that 740 dial to next round. Looks like Mercury and Capri versus Supra. At Denny Prochaska in the far lane, down in 6-7. He goes red. Zendon Scott, Bar Hansen, directly to next round. He runs it out the back door going 674 on that 7-8 dial, trying to feel out where the car's going to be at today. He's going to have to cut that number down. Car's going a little bit fast here on this beautiful day at Cordova Dragway. That's Josh Agnew out of Fulton in his Camaro, far lane, dialed in 1040. Taking out Aaron Busey, that gorgeous Mopar. Mopar's dialed in 625, near lane, tower side, Freedom Motorsports lane. Wheels up on the hunt. Can he reel him up? He's making up some ground. Who's going to be at the stripe? It is the Mopar. Look at that, running 626. Too bad for Josh. He breaks out, going 1032 on that 40 dial to the trailer. Is Drew Beal in the near lane. Driving this gorgeous Pontiac. He's taking on Rick Atkins. Atkins dialed in 635 in the Berkey's lane. Spectator's side. Beal dialed in 674 in the Pontiac. Freedom Motorsports lane. Late model Camaro versus third gen. That's Siobhan Warner in the far lane. He takes the win. That guy's just been going rounds all weekend. Tough break for Jerry Watkins. Falling a little bit farther off, going 664 on that 5.8 dial. To the box. That's Eric Matter in the near lane. Dialed in 695. Taking on Nathan Schroeder. That B wrenching S10 pick 'em up truck. Dialed in 590 in the Berkey side. I don't know if you folks saw that earlier, but I saw the law out there. We got Justice on the property, and he was chasing a Trans Am down the road in front of Cordova. Now, I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure I heard that the bandit is actually on the property. But do not tell Buford T. Justice that I told you so. I'm sure we'll be hearing from them later. This is Brent in the near lane at gorgeous Nova, dialed in 652. Taking on Rob Emmerich in the far lane, dialed in 676. Tough break for Brent, having some trouble off the line at Nova, but he puts the win light on anyways. My man, Rob breaks out, going 673 with a 5. Man, he's gonna be kicking himself when he gets back to the trailer. Hang on there, folks. We got a little bit of water on the track. No big deal. We're just going to do a little bit of cleanup and get right back to the racing action. Bear with us.
Here we go with some first round action in our junior drag racing category. These are the future of our sport, these kids. They've got young men, young ladies in this class together, and we got a slug of them out here today. Got some big money on the line for our junior drag racers. $750 on the line for our Super Junior class. Actually, it's going to be an all run here today. $750 on the line for these kids. That's a lot of money for these kids. That's James Foal over there in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Don't have a name on what I believe is a young lady over here in the Freedom Motorsports side because of the colored helmet. But Freedom Motorsports side tower lane red lights, and so Mr. James Foal going to get that win. You are the patriotic sort, and I know I am. Camden Holdorf's got the pattern for you over there in that Berkey's Lane, the farm store side, over in that spectator side. That red, white, and blue, we see this every weekend, and it's awesome. Aiden Malik taking him on. Later on, you're going to see Aiden's dad pilot the Extreme Firebird Pro Mod in our Chicago Wise Guys program, but this is Aiden doing what he can do right now in the little white BRS machine. I stand corrected on the red, white, and blue machine. That young man by the name of Dennis over there, so we got more than one red, white, and blue digger here this weekend. Just looks very familiar to me. It's a lot like Camden's. Red light start for Aiden, just 009, so he was pretty close. And the patriotic car going to get that win. Ends up going 787 with a 9 on the 90, so just a little too quick, but they will take care of that for next round of action. A lot of times they'll see that red light, they'll throw the foot feet to the floor and ride it out to the end just to see what she'll run. Couple of Straley's on the line. I'm going to say we got brothers. We got a Camden Straley. We got a Colton Straley side by side. Couple brothers. Or cousins could be. See, they've come to visit us to race this weekend. Good to see them here. Camden launches first, but he red lights. So Colton Straley, leaves before the tree activated. Valve cover gasket. We got a parts call right here. Valve cover gasket we need for a big block Ford They are located in lots 343, 344 for pit spaces. So if you can help them out, a big block Ford valve cover gasket, and I'm thinking just one is what they're looking for right now. So valve cover gasket, big block Ford, 343 or 344 is where they're located. Please help them out if you can. Jillian Foal over here by the tower. Jill has been on quite a roll here lately with her little multicolored digger. Sponsored by Foal Landscapes, taking on Kylie Eads and that iridescent blue machine. Sponsored by M84 Race Products, Fuel Factory Eads Fabrication, Mednav, Stagger Inn, and the Tillman Construction. Couple young ladies on the line right now about ready to do battle. Cole with a sweet little 005 light gets her the win as Kylie turns on the old red eye. PJ McGlynn out of the Racing McGlynn family. That blue and black dragster out of Long Grove, Iowa. He's over in the Murky's Farm Store Lane taking on Delaney Tucker. Good to see Delaney back at the racetrack. They do come from time to time, not in every week thing for the Tuckers, but they're here for the World Series, for the prestige, for the trophy, and for the money. So PJ against Delaney. Boy, Delaney has a nice 021 light, and PJ might be in trouble. But PJ wins it at the stripe. 895 with a 1 on the 891 as Delaney fell way off to an 890 on her 824, and that cost her the drag race. Kaylee Dieter is over here by the tower. Chloe McGlynn taking her on, a couple young ladies. We saw something briefly blow across the track up there. Might have been a ground squirrel, but we're checking it out. We'll be back to racing here, Bobby, about 30 seconds as we check this out. But something was on the track, and we're making sure we don't have anything that's going to get in the way of our junior drag racers. Haley Dieter's coming up by the tower. Chloe McGlynn taking her on. A couple of longtime warriors here, a couple longtime junior racers. and these two ladies have went against each other before. I guarantee it. Double breakout win for Kaylee Dieter. She goes 772 on her 73. Box to 8 and 9. Odd box to 8 and 9. Odd box to 8 and 9, please. Odd. You are an odd number car to 8 and 9 is where we need you. Odd cars box to 8 and 9. 1X27 is our buy. Lane 5. Our buy in lane 5. Jameson over here by the tower, taking on Frankie McGlynn, our young lady. Frankie is not a boy's name, and Frankie is not a boy. Frankie is a heck of a drag racer over there out of Long Grove, Iowa, taking on Jameson.
Once again, box odd, right? Box odd, lanes 8 and 9. Box odd, round 1, lanes 8 and 9. Staging lane number 5, I need 1X27. You're the wait and see buy. 1X27, we need you to lane 5. You're the wait and see buy in box. 1X27, please come to lane 5. You're the wait and see buy. I need the odd number, the 8 and 9 for box round 1. So if you got an odd number, car number on your dragster or car, come to lanes 8 and 9 in box.
And Quinn with the win, and he takes Frankie out. Taylor Crownhard, borrowing a junior dragster, belongs to Gavin Adams usually, but Taylor's running that car this weekend. She likes the consistency of this little race car, but Taylor's got to cut a light. The car's going to do its job. Will Taylor do hers? Tucker by the tower, taking Taylor out. Pretty similar green light starts. Not much difference between these two dragsters. This is going to be decided at the stripe. Double breakout win for Taylor Crownhard, 789 with a 6 on the 90. Well, in the Wild Child over there in the Perky's spectator lane. Anthony Karp in the Green Digger in the tower side. Good little drag race going on. Win goes to Anthony Karp, 798 with a 2 on the 798. Little 080 package for Karp. And anytime you get an O package in a junior dragster, you are doing well. It starts with an O. Cars are not, they do respond well, but you got to understand we got kids as small as and young as 7 years old piloting these cars. Actually, they can start running them at 6, but can't start racing until, I believe, they're 7. Landon Cook in the Motion Race Works white dragster. That thing is cool. Got the top fuel wing on it. Got the tarp over top of the driver. This thing has everything about a top fuel car already on a junior dragster. Pretty neat. Good green light starts for both those competitors. They're going to be proud of those lights. Double break, and it's a breakout win for the guy in the tower lane. We're going to name on him later. Alexa Burlett and her purple machine over here by the tower. And man, Alexa's been going rounds here at the racetrack lately. She's in our junior dragster program, points program, I should say. She was rising up the ranks rather quickly. Sponsored by Burlett, AutoWorks, Grampy Venture Seeds, Snap-on Tools, Dobson Welding, and Brad and Debbie Hunt Incorporated. Taking on Braden again. Over there in that Berkey's Lane, and began gets the win, 796 with an 8 on the 95. Americ by the tower. Remington Snodgrass over in that spectator lane. Nice little 025 light for Snodgrass. And he gets the win, 890 with a 5 on the 890. That's an 030 package for Snodgrass. Wow, that is darn good for a junior dragster. Marley Clark in the Marmaid. You can tell the bright blue and white on it. Just a beautiful machine. Her dad putting her in the beams. Taking on Cassidy Becker, the all-white digger. Pretty similar green light starts between both our competitors. Double breakout win for Cassidy Baker. Big Lynn over there in that Berkey's Lane. Maddie is dialed in at 792 against Haley Becker. Haley's in right now, 798, so a little bit of a handicap head start for Madison, but not much. 0.06 of a second. It should be almost imperceptible when these cars launch. This is Cameron Verkler. Cammy is in at 8:06, taking on Jaden Nance out of Noblesville, Indiana. Good to see Nance, the Nance family here. Quinn Racing, their sponsor. Nice 031 light for Nance, and I think he's cutting out of it a little bit as he gets to the line. Takes the win, 796 with a 6 on the 95. He had Cammy covered on the hit. And because he had her covered by so much, he was able to get off the gas once he got to the finish line. It's what you heard. Looks like Ruby Clark by the tower. Taking on Derlin Dogari. In the black machine with the Terrifier clown on the side of it. Wow, that thing is kind of scary. Them movies are, wow. I would not recommend them if you are a soft stomach. Ruby sponsored by the Dance Connection, Sears Seating, Revive and Renew, Triple E Sales, and D&M Embroidery. Berlin with a 008 red, and Ruby's going to get that win right now, right on the hit. Benji Freeman. His dad, Jeff, putting him in the beams, getting him ready to go to running against Ryan Brockman. Got the green flame going on for Brockman's machine out of Elwood, Illinois. Brockman with the advantage on the hit. 810 with a 5 on the 814, just a little bit under, didn't matter. As they both went under, double breakout win for Benji Freeman. Luke Kaufman in the all-black machine. Gracie Schaefer, one of our junior dragsters, novice junior dragsters, just getting started, getting her feet wet, out of Port Byron, Illinois. I think Grace is 8 years old. Luke a little older than that, so we got a novice junior against a super junior, which means that Grace is going to get, oh man, good 3-second head start with a little red dragster before Luke can try and chase her down with his machine. Mishu's getting him staged here. Gracie's in. Luke trying to get his to move. These clutches are wound so tight on these things. Sometimes they can't get them to move when they get them, and Luke runs through the beams. They are a handful sometimes on the starting line. Like I said, clutches are wound so tight on these things that they have to bounce in the cockpit to try to get them to final stage. They roll them into the pre-stage and then final stage. Finally got it done. Neither of them cutting a stellar light, but they are on the racetrack and they are running. Luke trying to chase Gracie down, but can't get it done. Gracie Shaver, 12-19 with a 9 on the 1199 dial. Elijah Warner and the gray gunmetal digger coming up here. Her dad putting him in the lights. I believe this is Elijah licensed last year, so this is his first year racing. His dad, a regular competitor here with his Camaro. Talking to him right now. That's Landon Ernst in the patriotic red, white, and blue machine over there in that Berkey side. Elijah with a cool 4-second handicap head start. Landon gets to watch his competitor go down the racetrack for quite a little while before he gets to drop the hammer. However, Elijah red lights makes it a whole lot easier for Ernst to take the win, as he does. This is Claire Wheats coming up in the Mississippi Thunder. Just got this thing painted in the off season. It is a tribute to her grandfather, who used to run a race car here called the Mississippi Thunder that was yellow and purple also. Claire's been going rounds in this car this year, successfully from Wheats Family Racing, taking on Gunnar Painter out of Kelowna. Nice old 46 light for Gunnar Painter. See if he could take track clear down, and he gets it done. Breakout run for Claire Wheats. Gunnar Painter goes 1188 on the 1178 dial. This is Calvin Holt, and I believe Calvin was leading the points in one of our junior categories just a few weeks ago. He might still be in our novice junior class. So Calvin been doing damage in his little purple machine. Bailey Painter taking him on. Bailey sponsored by Chopper's Bar and Grill. Once again, the tower going to get a nice little handicap head start. We're looking at around 4 seconds, so Calvin ought to be past that tree before Bailey can actually launch her dragster. That is hard to do. She drops the hammer too quick, red lights, and boy, you can't hardly point any fingers there. There's nothing quite as difficult as watching your opponent go down the racetrack for 3-4 seconds while you're sitting on the line waiting to launch your race car. Bailey just wasn't able to do it much. She's only 0-10 red, so she was right close with it. Tyler Barsama went to the final last night with the silver bullet. And if you want to go junior dragster racing, Tyler will talk to you. As you see the big for sale sign on the side of his silver machine. Jamison Clark taking him on. Nice 024 light for Barsama. Double breakout win. Tyler Barsama 792 with a 3 on the 93. And here's the man I was talking about a half an hour ago, Camden Holdorf, and his red, white, and blue tribute machine. It's speaking of red, white, and blue tribute machines, we got a couple of them. Aubrey Mayfield out of, we don't have an address on it, Mayfield Tool Sales. Also with a red, white, and blue star spangled banner theme going on. Camden been running his red, white, and blue with the blue flames for a few years now, so we're used to seeing that car. Good to hear the Mayfields here visiting this weekend as they race in the World Series of Drag Racing. Aubrey even has a red, white, and blue helmet. Camden with the advantage on the launch with a superior reaction time, and Camden Holdorf with the win. 8:04 the 6 on the 790. Slick looking black dragster out of Freeman to Freeman Racing stable over here by the tower. That's Sam Freeman taking on Anelia Ford. Got a pink going on there. Not hard to see Anelia's race car coming at you. She's loud and proud. By the tower, had Brad putting him in the lights, taking on Reese Lawrence in the TPR machine. Red light start for Lawrence over in that spectator lane, and Jeg's gonna get the win right here, right now, right on the hit. That wraps up first round action in our junior dragster program, and now we move on to our box class. We're gonna switch off announcers again, hand it to our young man Isaac here. He's our announcer in training here at Cordova, and glad to have him up here with us as he takes on our class, our box class here this afternoon. Isaac.
All right, well, I would like to thank Mike for passing the microphone over to me, giving me a chance to do something I actually haven't done yet in the 4 years I've been here with Cordova Dragway. I have yet to announce at a World Series, and it is such an honor to be here for the 71st and to be announcing for this box class. And starting with some first round action here in our box class, we have the driving instructor over here in the left lane. I believe that is Colton Lane here in the Freedom Motorsports, going against Mike White over there on the yellow bike. good lights coming out of both lanes. And a double breakout round. Colton's going to take it running a 636 with a 6 on the 637 dial. And over here in my Freedom Motorsports lane, we have the Vulgar Display of Power, which is going to be piloted by Eric Carlson. And I'll tell you what, I've seen this car quite a few times, and it never gets old. I absolutely love this car here in the left lane. Jeff Wheats over in our Berkey's lane. Jeff sponsored by Wheats & Sons Septic Service. They're actually on the grounds today helping clean out those porta potties. Do a fantastic job. Bushy's Bar and Grill, Bushy's Slots. Green light start for both, and it looks like Mr. Carlson's going to get a little swirly, and he's going to shut her down early, giving the win over to Jeff Wheats, running a 593 with an O and a 591 dial. Jeff Nelson over here in the Purple Fire Nova, going against Brennan Wheats over there in the Berkey's lane. He's going to be in the white trash. Brennan's going to go ahead and leave early, giving the win over to Jeff Nelson. And Nelson's going to run a 555 with a 2 on a 547 dial. Chrissy Dieters over here in that bright red Pontiac, going against Jeff Duncan over in the Berkey's lane in the OLS 10. Stand coming out of the right lane, but he left a little early, giving the win over to Chrissy Dieters. Dieters is going to run a 606 with a 2 on a 590 dial. We've got one of the BLs over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane. They like to play a little roulette to see which car they want to drive. I believe that's going to be Dan going against Titan Electric over in the right lane. It's going to be PJ piloting that top ET car. And a trip zip coming out of that right lane. And it looks like Beal is going to take the win, running a 655 with a 5 on a 653 dial against right lanes, 558 on a 550 dial. Cortez over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane in the beautiful green dragster, going against that purple machine, Dalton Waugh, over in the Berkey's lane. And good lights coming out of both lanes. And Cortez is going to take the win, running a 506 on a 506 dial. Perfect run out of left lane. Tom Lindell over here in the 55 Chevy. That is a gorgeous red on that car. I am a sucker for those red Bel Airs. Jack Nolan over in the Berkey's lane. Going to be piloting a black and blue dragster. And Lindell is going to take the win, running a 551 with an 8 on a 550 dial against Nolan's 487 with a 5 on a 484. Todd Trench over here in the black and green, nickname of Triple T. Going against Tony Pullen over there in the Chevy SUV. Pullen cutting a good light at 008. He's going to break out running a 533 with a 4 on a 537 against Trench's 473 with a 2 on a 472. Box. All of my box drivers, if you have not made a run or you are an even numbered car, I will take you to the lanes. 6 and 7. Green light start coming out of both. Shane Pope over in the right lane. And a double breakout round. Shane Pope is going to take the win, running a 508 with an 8 on a 509 dial. Once again, box, we will take you for first round action. If you have not made a pass or you are an even numbered car, we will take you in 6 and 7. You will go to 6 and 7 unless told otherwise by the gentleman in the blue shirt in the back of the lane. Scott Lindell here in the left lane. Going to be going against Bill Lenz. Bill's going to break out, giving the win over to Scott, who ran a 512 with a 9 on a 510. Bill Rotz over here in the Krabby's pickup truck. I'm going to guess that's going to be a Chevy S10. Going against Brady Wolf. Now, this is something kind of uncommon to see, is a turbo dragster. Brady's going to be running a single turbo, and his dad will actually be running a twin turbo LS dragster. Green light start for both down the track. Double breakout round. Bill Rotz, our left lane, is going to get the win, running at 537 with a 4 on a 539. Scott Marsden here in the black dragster in our Freedom Motorsports lane, going against Brian Schroeder. Brian's going to be sponsored by B Wrench and Garage. And good lights coming out of these drivers. And Ryan's going to go a little too quick, giving the win to Scott Marston, running a 480 with a 2 on a 480 dial. Ed, the Bowsman, over here in our Freedom Motorsports lane in that multicolored dragster, going against Killer Jones in our Berkey's lane. Now here's a chance Killer Jones can put some meaning behind that name for us here at Cordova Dragway. Is he going to take the win or not? Green lights coming out of both lanes. Ed's gonna break out, giving the win to Killer Jones, who ran a 468 with a 7 on a 465 dial. Jody Davis over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane in that beautiful Mustang. Like I said earlier, I am an absolute sucker for red. Going against the middle-age Craze in the right lane. Both some really sharp-looking cars here. I expect this to be a very good race. And he left early in the left lane. Jody Davis is going to give the win over to the middle-aged Craze, who had a 002 light. Andrew Cronkleton over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, running that Chevy Camaro, going against Trent Shepard. Looks like Trent's going to have a big sponsor of Way Insurance on the side of that red dragster. Both of them made really good hits. And our left lane, Andy, is going to take the win, running a 571 on the dot on a 571 dial. We got a little bit of Bobby on Bobby action here on the starting line. Bobby Ince Jr. is going to go early on the tree. A 1-2-3 early, giving the win over to the left lane. Jake Stansberry over here in my Freedom Motorsports lane, going against Aaron Mitchell. Good lights coming out of both lanes. And Aaron Mitchell is going to take the win. He's going to be running a 614 with a 3 on a 613 dial. Colton Lane over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, running against Grant Zimmerman in Jace Deering's little roadster. Our left lane's coming in with a 480 dial against a 574 in our right. And it looks like Grant Zimmerman's going to take the win, running a 574 with a 2 on a 574 dial against Lane's 481 with a 5 on a 480 dial. Brian White over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane on the bike, going against Bobby Ince Jr. in that Nova. And double breakout round, Bobby Ince is going to take the win, running a 584 with a 7 on a 586 dial against White's 555 with a 5 on a 557. Norm Wheat, Stormin' Norman over here in our Freedom Motorsports lane, going against Bob Woolwine. Brother Bob, as it says on the side of that Chevelle SS. Green light start for both, going down the track, making good passes, and the win's going to go to Brother Bob. Bob Woolwine in that right lane ran a 553 with a 4 on a 552. Attention, my Nostalgia Super Stock drivers, you are going to be on a standby for your final time run. Yes, my Nostalgia Super Stock drivers, you are on a standby for your final time run. Jeremy Youngblood over here in the left lane, going against Jared Balk in the right. Good passes coming out of both of these cars, spot on to their dial. A 514 with a 1 on Youngblood's 514 gives him the win. Sean Dieters over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, going against Steve Keel. Dieters cutting an 005 light on that tree, and he's going to take the win. Steve Keel broke out running a 555 with a 2 on a 558 against Dieters' 479 with a 2 on a 477. Justin Reeves over here in this orange and black machine, going against Eric Close in our right lane. Reeves would like to give a thank you to Chucky's Tenderloin. That is the sponsor on the side of his dragster. Greens coming on both sides of that tree, we'd love to see. Reeves is going to take the win, running a 4:49 with an 8 on a 4:48 dial against Eric's 5:21 with a 3 on a 5:20. Pat McGlynn here in the yellow dragster. Looks like one of his sponsors is Connor Construction. And Zach Lewis over in the right lane in that beautiful red Chevy. And not a good start for Pat McGlynn. Something happened to that car. He is back going now. Zach Lewis is going to take the win, running a 5:43 with a 1 on a 5:46. Brian Robinson over here in our Freedom Motorsports lane going against Brian Barton. And Brian Barton's going to take the win. Brian Robinson broke out running a 683 with an 0 on a 684 against Barton 607 with a 1 on a 605.
Okay, if you're driving a black Ram Dodge pickup truck, license plates 237 724 with a C behind it on an Illinois plate, you are parked in someone else's pit spot. I will repeat that one more time. Illinois plates 236 724 with a C behind it. Illinois plates on a black Dodge Ram pickup. You got a little trailer behind you too. You need to move it. You are in someone else's pit spot.
Not a great lead for Tim Ross. Spins the tires on that. Jay Wilson is going to take the win over in our right lane, running a 603 with an 0 on a 590 dial. Well, while we are waiting for our next pair to come up in the water, you guys can take a chance. If you're close, run to the Cordova Clothing Company. You do not want to miss out on the 71st Annual World Series t-shirts. They go quick. Yes, they go very, very fast. Ashlyn, if you are missing your debit card, come on up to the tower. Ashlyn, if you are missing a black debit card, come on up to the tower. blue soft top Chevy Nova over in the right lane. It's going to be a competition bye. Our left lane was not able to make it. They are broke, giving the automatic win to the right lane. Which is good because it gives him a little time to adjust that car. He ran a 656 with a 2 on a 663. He broke out, and this gives him the chance to adjust some stuff. Nostalgia Superstock. We will take you in 6 and 7 for some first round action. Michael Murray over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, running against Mike Ballard. Some dragster on door car action here. .007 light coming out of that right lane. And he's going to take the win. Mike Ballard running a 536 with a 1 on a 533 against Mike Murray's 450 with a 2 on the 448. Once again, my Nostalgia Superstock drivers, I will take you to lane 6 and 7. Nostalgia Superstock drivers, I will take you to 6 and 7 for your last test hit. Travis here in our Freedom Motorsports lane, or our left lane, going against Jesse Lasik in the Berkey's lane, also known as our right lane or spectator lane. Here at Cordova Dragway, we like to say a few different variations of things you can say. .002 light coming out of that Freedom Motorsports lane. Travis, he's going to take the win, running a 489 with an O on a 489 dial. What a run out of Travis. Lasik's going to run a little too quick, a 476 with an 8 on a 477 dial. Ryan Plum here in the Freedom Motorsports lane in the gray and purple dragster, going against Brandon Phillips in the Berkeys. .003 light coming out of Ryan Plum. And he's going to break out running a 547 with a 9 on a 550 dial against Phillips. 530 with a 4 on a 529 dial. Kevin Verkler over here in our left lane, running the red and orange dragster, going against Josh over in the right lane. Josh is going to leave a little too early, giving the win over to Kevin Verkler. Kevin ran a 479 with a 9 on a 481 dial. He's going to be happy with that run, and he's going to go back and make some adjustments to that time. Heather began over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Pink, purple, gray, and orange. Dragster going against Shelby Sorensen in the Berkey's lane. And a red light start for Shelby, giving the win over to Heather began. Heather's going to run a 566 with a 3 on a 507 dial. Mark Clark here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, piloting that Z28 Camaro, going against Anthony Lane over in that right lane. Clark is sponsored by Sears Seating, Triple E Sales, and Triangle Inn. Clark's going to leave a little too early, giving the win over to Anthony Lane in that right lane. Anthony ran a 488 with a 6 on a 489 dial. Ken Barsama over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Ken was on fire last night until the final. Unfortunately, he did not win. He did take that semi, though. He took second place last night, as well as his son, Tyler Barsama. Ken's going to leave just a little too early, a negative 007 light, giving the win over to our right lane, running a 530 with a 2 on a 530 dial. Mike Freeman here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, going against Corey Duncan in the Berkey's lane. Wheels up out of that right lane. And a double breakout round. Mike Freeman's going to take the win, running a 628 with a 9 on a 630 against Duncan 634 with a 9 on the 636. John Woolwine here in the Freedom Motorsports lane in the red and white. Looks to be a Chevelle, going against Tom Clemmy on the pink bike. Good lights coming from both of these drivers, and it's going to be a double breakout round. John is going to take the win, piloting that 68 Chevelle. He ran a 574 with a 3 on a 575. Robert Fitzpatrick over here in this beautiful Chevy Nova, going against Greg in a 66 Chevelle. Greg's going to leave a little early. Wow, he's going to be disappointed with that light. A negative 001. Robert's going to take the win, running a 603 with a 9 on a 609 dial. All right, my Nostalgia Super Stock guys, I know you're out there. This is your last call. Once again, Nostalgia Super Stock, this is your last call. You are needed in 6 and 7 for your last qualifying. Amy Stewart, you have been requested in the tower. Amy Stewart, you have been requested to the tower. Scott Dio over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, piloting that blue dragster, running against Andy Campbell. Double breakout round. Scott's going to take the win, running a 504 with a 4 on a 505 dial against Campbell's 592 with a 1 on a 594. Brian Becker over in the right lane. He didn't like something about that pass. He led off running a 493 with a 5 on a 467. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic back over to Mike.
Last qualifying hit for our Nostalgia Super Stock class coming at you. After this, they go to eliminations. The classic Mopars on the line right here. That's a Dodge Dart, the flat black machine. Final qualifying session. Quick 8, final qualifying session to 8 and 9. Quick 8 to 8 and 9, your final qualifying session.
Again, quick 8, final qualifying, staging lanes 8 and 9, please. Quick 8, final qualifying, staging lanes 8 and 9. We're going to do the little track prep and run quick 8 here shortly. Quick 8, we need your final qualifying, staging lanes 8 and 9, please. Quick 8, need to do staging lanes 8 and 9 if you're going to run your final qualifying session. We had 2 yesterday. This will be the final and third qualifying session for quick 8. Amy Stewart to the tower, please. And she comes around the corner.
Good, how are you?
right, back to qualifying in our Nostalgia Super Stock class. Final round of qualifying. This is the Dartzilla over here by the tower. Dennis Spurgeon, I believe, piloting that car. Taking on Seth Robinson in his classic Mopar. You got a lot of classic Plymouth Dodges and Chryslers in this class. Every one of them a classic.
Once again, we need quick 8 to lanes 8 and 9, please, for your final qualifying. If you want to be in the final qualifying session, come to staging lanes 8 and 9. Quick 8. No box buyback. You're on standby. No box buyback. If you want to buy back at no box, you're on a standby. No box buyback, you're on standby. Quick 8. Final qualifying session, lanes 8 and 9, please. 8 and 9. Hey, if you're looking for some good merchandise, we've got it all over the racetrack. As you know, we got merchandise in the manufacturers area. We've got the Cordova Clothing Company is now open with the 71st Annual World Series of Drag Racing. But you can also get Super Shifter merchandise out in the pit area where the Super Shifters are, and that's right behind the pit gate where the pit entrance is. That's where Super Shifters are at. They've got all kinds of shirts and whatnot, so check them out down in Super Shifter Row if you like the stick shift, gear jamming cars.
Little Chevrolet on Ford action coming at you right now. That is a 65 Chevelle over here, piloted by Marty Mumm. Good looking car out of Cassville, Wisconsin, and Donald Foddy in the 67 Mustang.
In the pits, if you are not 16 years of age with a valid driver's license, you are not allowed to drive a pit vehicle. Yes, if you are not 16 years old and you do not have a valid driver's license, you should not be driving a pit vehicle.
Once again, quick 8 qualifying session number 3, staging lanes 8 and 9. Quick 8. If you want to get in this last qualifying session and make a hit today, you need to come to lanes 8 and 9, please. Quick 8, lanes 8 and 9. So we're going to do a little track prep right after these super stocks, and then we're going to go into quick 8 qualifying, their final third qualifying session for quarter-mile quick action. I'll tell you what, last night, 6-second 200-mile-an-hour side-by-side passes. You're going to see it here shortly when they qualify. Then they go into eliminations this afternoon and final eliminations during our pro show this evening. In the meantime, we got these crazy super stocks on the line. You want to talk about muscle? We've got it right here. Chevrolet Camaro in the big Plymouth Mopar, old school style super stock racing. Like the cars heading on down the track, they're in their final time run. Josh Fears driving that car, but check the two out on the starting line. Wow. How would you like to be cruising down the highway in that? Either one of those cars. I'll take the wagon, though. I'd go get the groceries.
It's a whole lot of race car. I'm telling you, we're looking at 4,500 pounds worth of race car right there.
Yeah, a young kid up here doing the announcing probably doesn't even know what that thing is. Station wagon. What's that mean?
Way before his time.
Is that an SUV? What is that thing?
Always like Kunster's 59 El Camino. That thing is just a classic from bumper to bumper. Love that thing all the time.
Of course, we lost Charlie, the patriarch of the family, a little bit earlier this year. So a shout out to the Kunster family and Charlie passing away, and Jerry here racing this weekend. Down to the top end, 10:36 for Mr. Kunster, 12:04 for the big old wagon. 12 seconds, 100 miles an hour in that thing. Woo! That looks like it wraps up Superstock. We need no box buyback. No box buyback. It's an $80 buyback. $80 buyback. If you want to buy back at no box, staging lane 6 and 7. Staging lane 6 and 7. Final call Final call for quick qualifying session number 3. The staging lanes 8 and 9. 8 and 9 in no box. Buyback 6 and 7, please. No box. Buyback lane 6 and 7. It's an $80 buyback in no box. If you want to buy back, we need to see you in lane 6 and 7. So a little bit of track prep, probably about 10 minutes long, and then we're going to switch into qualifying for our quick 8. Got a lot of dragsters in that class, a deep 6-second dragsters at well over 200 miles an hour coming into the lane, so they'll be out here shortly. In the meantime, no box buyback, lane 6 and 7. Looks like we got a line over at the Cordova Clothing Company. You want your 71st annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World Series of Drag Racing t-shirt. Get yourself over to the Cordova Clothing Company right next to the main concession stand behind the main grandstand here on the pit side of the racetrack. And get yourself one of those great sweatshirts or t-shirts they have available. When it gets a little cool like that today, you're almost thinking maybe you would get a sweatshirt. You never know. So, make your way over to the Cordova Clothing Company and check out the merchandise they've got over there. Of course, Car Chicks and all the vendors are out there doing their thing and selling great merchandise. Got a bunch of great food vendors as well. Got Taz looking at me from a golf cart going, what, announcing? Announcing? Well, you can come up here and announce. You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be afraid. Taz is tired. Taz had to get up. Taz had to get up Friday morning. Taz don't get up before 9, but he had to be up at 6 o'clock, so Taz is still tired. No box buyback, lanes 6 and 7. No box buyback, 6 and 7. Lanes 8 and 9. Final qualifying for the quick 8. Final qualifying. Don't forget, it's lunchtime. All kinds of great vendors out here. I mean, the guys up here in the announcer side of the tower, I walk in and they all gained 30 pounds just today eating up here. Oh, yeah, he says, point to this list. Yeah, Chucky's. We know how good Chucky's is. They just pigged out on tenderloins up here and fries. Chucky's, that's a great tenderloin and fries. Pam's Perks right behind the tower here. If you want yourself a coffee, or how about a Frappuccino or Energy, they've got all the stuff right behind the tower. Big Cat's Barbecue, I think he's over on that side of the track. Am I right? He's over on the spectator side? Yeah, we had some barbecue up here yesterday. It was very, very good. Cindy's Shaved Ice is here today. Blooming Onion. I love my Blooming Onions, but they don't love me. So I'm working here today. Yeah, I can't do that. I love it, but I can't do it. The stands could do it. People in the stands could do it, but not me. It wouldn't work. Keller's Barbecue. Old Scott Keller, he's in all kinds of businesses, but today he's in the barbecue business. So been there for a few years. Scott Keller. He'll clean your carpets, he'll run your event center, and he'll sell you a barbecue sandwich all at the same time. That is Keller's Barbecue. And then Corn Dog Billy's out here somewhere. I don't know where Corn Dog's at, but you'll find over on the spectator side. He got them good corn dogs over there. It's that big yellow stand with the small flags on the top of it. That's Corn Dog Billy. You can't miss them over there, jumbo corn dogs. So get yourself something good to eat. I can't forget the Cordova concession stand, the main concession stand. They're open as well. Burgers, brats, hot dogs, fries. I don't know what else. Chicken sandwich, walking tacos, nachos, all the good stuff. I haven't been here in 20 years, so I can't really say what they have over there. They have Pepsi products available over there as well. And I know it's sometime the bar's going to open, but I don't know when. But it's sometime this afternoon, assume the bar will be open. So that's what you've got for food. As I one more time call no box buyback to 6 and 7. No box buyback, $80, lane 6 and 7. Final call for quick 8 qualifying, staging lanes 8 and 9.
Want to thank Scotty Gardner for getting on the mic here. As you can hear, my voice is kind of cracking out, going away here from time to time. I sort of blew it out yesterday on this pro event, but we're going to do it the best we can for the rest of the day. And as we go into the pro show, out first, I believe we have a qualifying round for our quick 8 event. These guys are going quarter mile today. Last night, we had an Elite 8 event. They only went to 8th mile, but it's full pole day today. So these guys are running 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour race cars, door cars, and dragsters. So going to be awesome to see these guys do a qualifying run here in a few minutes as we prep the track and get ready for them. Probably a somewhat different cast of characters than we had running the Elite 8 event here at Cordova last night. A lot of these fast cars geared to 8th mile only these days. So many racetracks just go to 8th mile around the area and even here in class to class. And when they're geared specifically for 8th mile racing, you can't stretch them out to quarter mile. It just is not possible. The rear gears are 8th mile oriented. The shifting is 8th mile oriented. So we're going quarter mile today, and these guys are used to going quarter mile, and we should see some heck of a racing. We anticipate seeing some passes here today. And here we go. Quick 8 is coming out. Already know that's Don Spear and the nuclear banana over here by the tower lane, and I don't even have to look. I can hear it. Cody Hodel in the chassis concept machine. Don Spear in the chassis concept machine. Spear, the owner, proprietor of Chassis Concepts. He helped build that dragster you see over in the spectator side. He completely built this dragster you see in the tower lane, end to end. Been running it for several years now. And nothing sounds quite like a Don Spear blown Chevrolet motor, as you can hear as he toes the line. Hodel out of Atkinson, Illinois. Spear's shop Chassis Concepts actually in Milan, I think they call it, but he's located out of Davenport. Don Spear goes 640 with a 3, 208 mile an hour. Hodel, we're not far behind him. He goes 201 mile an hour. I don't think either of them improved. Let's take a look. Spear's still in at number 2, Hodel in at number 5, so they stayed right where they are right now, and both are in the show. Justin Reeves trying to get his orange machine in the Quick 8 event here. He does this every year, runs our box class, and then also double dips into our Quick 8 event, trying to get into the Quick show, make some of that quick money. Matt Wiedemeyer, this old silver digger out of Donahue, Iowa. Neither of them currently in the program, so we're going to see if they can bump their way into the race as we go. Bump spot currently at 696 with a 9, so either or both of them have to go faster than that to get in. They both get it done. Matt Wiedemeyer in the program at number 4. Justin Reeves on the bump right now at number 8, 690 with a 4, so he gets in the show. Our number 1 qualifier in our Quick 8 event over here by the tower, that's Lucas Smith in the all black Mike's Body Shop sponsored dragster. Taking on Flying Brian Fern, the Chassis Concepts front engine dragster out of Bettendorf, Iowa. Fern currently in at number 5, so he's solidly qualified, trying to improve that position. No box winners to 8 and 9. No box winners to 8 and 9, please. Fern goes from number 5 to number 4, so he improves his position. Lucas Smith solidly number 1, 610 with a 1. So he's got it owned at number 1 qualifying position in this all-black machine. No box 8 and 9, no box 8 and 9. Jeffrey Cochran in the nostalgia-looking dragster over here in the Freedom Motorsports side. Really like the open rails look of this thing, taking on Tony, the prize fighter Frazier. Tony qualified number 3. Cochran on the outside looking in right now. He needs to improve on number 11. Let's see if he can do it. cannot get in the show. I think this is the last shot, but Frazier maintains his number 3 qualifying position. Cochran ends up at number 10. And we're finally getting a door car here, that beautiful 54 Corvette. That's what I'm going to call it. Hard to say what year it is because it's all fiberglass and he probably don't even care. Mike Candelario qualified at number 7, so he's in the program with that door car and looking like a pro mod out here. Bradley Green currently not in the show in what looks like an all-black dragster, but might actually be navy blue. Hard to say. So Green trying to get in. Candelario is in at number 7. He'd like to improve on that, and we'll see if he can get it done with that beautiful Corvette. Problems for Green. Got smoke coming out. He might have broke something in that engine. Not a good thing. As Candelario blows the tires off it right on the hit. And he will stay number 7. Green will not get in the show, and he's probably not going to get any more runs in because it looked like he might have scattered his engine. Our top 8 in our quick 8 event here. Lucas Smith in at number 1, 6'10" with a 1. Don Spear, number 2 qualifier, 6'39" with a 1. Tony Frazier in at number 3, 6'55" even. Brian Fern right behind him at number 4. Fern goes 6'56", 6'57" with a 6. Again at number 4 in our program. Matt Wiedemeyer, 660 with a 4 is in at number 5. Mike Candelario in the Corvette, our only door car in the top 8, 662 with a 3. Cody Hodel, number 7 in our event here today, 678 with a 6, and that is an improvement for Cody. I think he was right on the bubble last year for this event, number 8. But number 8 is this year is Justin Reeves, 690 with a 4 at 196 mile an hour. Just on the outside looking in, Ben Wolf, who made hits last night and might have broke his race car, 694 with a 1. Jeffrey Cochran, 694 with a 7 at number 10. And that will finish out our program. We're only taking 8. And yet 15 try to qualify. And we'll see what we have for breakage and who answers the call for first round in our quick 8 event. All right, we do have a little bit of fluid on the track as that dragster gave up the ghost, scattered his motor out there at about 8th mile, so we're going to have a little cleanup going on. Be a great opportunity for everybody to get out in the pits right now and check out the pro cars we have out there. It won't be long, and they will be running these nitro cars, test running them as they seat the clutches. And I heavily recommend that to everybody who is a fan of drag racing. If you've never been around a nitromethane dragster or funny car while they're out there test running them, seating the clutches, you need to experience that. I mean, it will rock your world. And they'll be doing it soon out there in the pits, and you'll be able to hear them fire when they do it. One at a time, they'll be going at it. Little crowd around them when they do it. You'll see that little bit of a green haze coming off of the pipes, and one whiff of that green haze, and you're going to know what nitromethane is all about. So head on out to the pits, check out the pro cars. And that's not all we have out there. Chicago Wise guys are out there. We have a lot of pro cars in the pits right now. Good opportunity to head out there, check out the race cars, talk to the drivers. That's the great thing about racing. The great thing about drag racing. You don't get to do this in circle track. You can go right out to the pits, talk to the drivers, talk to the crew members, see what drag racing is all about. They're more than willing to share their time if they have the time. Sometimes they're busy tearing their car apart or putting it back together. But if they have the time, they are the most giving and nicest people you're going to run across. Some of the nicest people I know are drag racers, and we got a bunch of them out in the pits today. So head on out there right now and check the things out. It's a good opportunity for it, as we are going to be down for just a bit here, cleaning up a mess out there on the track. Be easy to go ahead and point fingers as you'd like to for somebody who blows up a motor, but I guarantee you he didn't plan on doing that. Cost him a lot of money just now when he blew that motor up. We're not talking hundreds of dollars, we're talking thousands of dollars. So that was not by plan by no means. And so the least of his worries is the oil that he left on the track, I guarantee you that, as he looks at what's probably a block that has a hole in the side of it. So we're going to be down for a little bit as we clean up the oil. I recommend that you head to the pits and check things out, or it's 1:30, you can head over, get something to eat. We ran over all the food vendors that are here just a little while ago, not more than a half hour ago. Scotty went ahead and went by them all, and so you all heard it. I do recommend Corn Dog Billy's highly. That's right across over that spectator side. I just love those foot-long corn dogs, and that's what he's got over there. Just a nice long line of mustard on top of one of those things, and you got a meal. Corn Dog Billy's and his jumbo corn dogs right across in the spectator side. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out here today to the 71st running of the oldest drag race in the United States. That is the World Series of Drag Racing. We always will be, the oldest race in the United States. They'll run the U.S. Nationals next weekend. They're the second oldest race, and they will never catch us, and we'll make sure of that. A lot of history here at Cordova in this racetrack. Just think about that. 71 years we've been running the World Series of Drag Racing here in Cordova. So every year we do this, history is made, and this year is no different. Just a spectacular day here in Cordova, Illinois. We were looking at low 80s, maybe about 82, 83 degrees. Almost not a cloud in the sky. Humidity is low, water grains are low, and I know that makes everything more comfortable for all you folks out there, but what it really does is it makes our cars that much faster. If these racers do not have to tune their cars to accommodate high humidity and high water grains, They can burn that much more fuel, burn that much more air, and them cars are faster. Had a good friend of mine one time tell me, who's crewed for a lot of pro cars, a lot of pro mods actually, and when we talk about whether or not how cars run faster when the humidity is low, when the water grains are low, he had a simple explanation for that. He said, Mike, you can't burn water. And that's exactly what these race cars are trying to do. When the humidity is high, the water grains are high, a lot of water going through the carburetor, the injectors, everything else, the humidity out of the air, and it slows the cars down. But we will not have that problem today. And I tell you what, once this track tightens up, it will tighten up once the sun starts going down. Right now, we still have a spectacular track. But once the sun starts going down, it will tighten up even more. And when those pro cars come out on the racing surface, the nitro cars I'm specifically talking about, you are going to see a show. And hopefully they will tune for one of the best racetracks they are going to be biting on all year long.
So a little downtime in the action. Never loved that downtime when it happens, but, you know, just the way drag racing works sometimes. And you have 200-mile-an-hour dragsters, something could happen at any given time. That dragster shook the tires big time on the starting line. When you shake the tires, that means there's too much traction for what their setup was, and the tire tries to run over itself. So it shook the tires, and he got back on the throttle. That's when the motor decided it didn't want to be happy with what he decided to do, and it let go. So we got a cleanup going on. Hopefully we'll get this done in the next 20 minutes or so, get back into eliminations here at the 71st Annual World Series of Drag Racing Sportsman Competition throughout the day here today. Of course, tonight at 6 o'clock, our pro show will be underway, kicking off with Nitro. The Nitro division with Nitro Funny Car and Top Fuel at 6 o'clock here this evening. So make sure your friends know to come out, your buddies, your family, maybe people you don't even like. Ask them to come out and hang out at the drag strip with you this afternoon for the 71st Annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World Series of Drag Racing. The Cordova Clothing Company's open if you want to get yourself a shirt or a sweatshirt with the 71st annual design for the World Series. They've got them down there. They usually sell out pretty quick. So if you're interested in a shirt, make sure you get over to the Cordova Clothing Company here on the pit side of the racetrack, right next to the main concession, right behind the grandstand by the tower. Right behind that area as well, you'll see some of the merchandise displays set up. Got a couple of great ones over there, so check out what they've got. More than one, actually several merchandise areas over there. We've got O'Reilly Auto Parts, Car Chicks, Slick Willie Radio. They're not merchandise, but they're a radio group that's out here. They have internet broadcasting of their radio. Castle's X Racewares here. Dave's Coffee Cakes, Driscoll's Candies, Ashley Coffee Blends, Mel Ross here with his shirts. Wookie Art, Red Horse Performance, Merchants of Speed, Arnie Beswick's here, Me and Me Photos, All kinds of great people are here with their setups in the manufacturers. We call it the manufacturers midway. That's an old name for it, but it's actually the vendor midway, and that's kind of behind the concession area towards the bar area. You'll see all of them set up. Of course, we got food concessionaires throughout the racetrack, so both sides of the racetrack you can get yourself something good to eat, something cold to drink, whether it's at the Cordova concession stand or maybe at Pam's Perks for coffee, or maybe you want, one of those good tenderloins available as well over at Chucky's or Big Cat's Barbecue, Bloomin' Onions, Keller's Barbecue, all kinds of good stuff. Really, whatever you're looking for, we probably have it out here at Cordova Dragway during the World Series of Drag Racing. So cleanup continues in aisle number 2, the Berkey side of the racetrack. We got the what we call the Zamboni out there. Zamboni, you normally see at an ice rink, but we call this one the asphalt Zamboni. It cleans up messes on racetracks with conditioner and soap, and then kind of sucks it back up and puts clean water down there and then dries it off. So that's what we've got going on the Berkeley's lane. You see that about half track, 8th mile mark down there. They're getting that cleaned up. We're thankful the driver pulled over when he did, so it didn't make that mess any longer than it already was. So my understanding is Arnie the Farmer Beswick, the young man's on the grounds. Arnie's 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, maybe 90-something. 95-year-old Arnie the Farmer Beswick signing autographs over in the kind of the midway area between the bathrooms and the bar area out there in the asphalt. So if you want to say hi to Arnie and talk about some of the stuff from yesteryear, got a sharp memory, all the days of funny car racing on the exhibition-style racing he did. Quite the trademark, quite the name, quite the character. Arnie the Farmer Beswick on the grounds here at the 71st Annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World Series of Drag Racing. So, cleanup continues. Easy for me to say. Cleanup continues on the drag strip, and we'll be underway with our no box round 2 here shortly. Well, if you weren't with us here last night, you missed a great show. Had a couple of checkout passes with the Top Fuel dragsters. They buzzed down there pretty quick. I can't really tell you how quick because something took out one of the timing blocks and our timer stopped short, so we didn't get the full 1,000-foot run out of them. Although they made the 1,000-foot run, we didn't get an ET or mile per hour. But I can tell you it was probably in the 230 to 250 mile an hour range on their checkout runs. That was for Mr. Linton and Mr. Palmer last night. They'll both be back here this evening as we kick off the pro show at 6 o'clock with also Nitro funny cars, some other Top Fuel dragsters, and other funny cars as well. And we've got a great show with the Chicago Wise Guy Pro Mods and a long list of cars and classes that we're racing here at the World Series of Drag Racing. So the cleanup continues on aisle 2. Looks like they're making pretty good progress. I see the blower out there, and the drag's kind of hanging back, waiting for Dumpster Dan to give them the signal to clean that through a little bit farther. Once we get this cleaned up, we'll be back into round 2 action in our sportsman categories. Can't really say how grateful I am. I guess what I say I mean a lot more than just the words, but man, this weather is beautiful. We've been blessed here today after such a hot summer up here in the Midwest. I live in eastern Tennessee. It's been pretty hot and muggy there as well, but I know you guys have had a stormy, hot summer here with a lot of rain, and so we're very thankful that the World Series of Drag Racing Weekend could have breezy conditions and highs in the 70s. That's really remarkable based on what it was just a week ago here at Cordova Dragway. It was nearly 100 degrees or thereabouts last weekend as they had a shootout race here with streetcar type challenge and muscle cars last weekend. So we're here this weekend in drastically different conditions, which allow really cars to go fast and performance to be better. Typically, when you have less moisture in the air and the track actually works better because the traction's usually much better when it's not that hot out. So it's good to have all those conditions kind of bring everything together and have a great show for you here this evening. So we're going to get these oil down situation out of the way early so we don't have to deal with that later on in our show program, and we'll just keep buzzing away as we work on getting that lane 2 cleaned up, or the Berkey side of the racetrack. Once we get that done, we'll be back to racing here shortly. Jim Harkin, if you could come to the tower, please. Jim Harkin, if you could come to the tower, please. Okay, after he's done cleaning up, have him come to the tower. Thank you. I guess Jim Harkin's down on the cleanup. Got everybody down there. So I've got Lisa up here with the panty dropper team. They're located. You're parked right behind kind of the T-shirt area, right? Right back here. Yeah, tell us a little bit about your operation and what you guys do. We got a little downtime on the track, so we're going to talk to you a little bit, whether you want to or not.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa. I'm known as Dragster Blondie on social media and here at the track with the panty dropper. We are out here. We are part of the night show, so you'll see us make a couple hits tonight after 6. We're out here selling some merchandise. We've got hoodies, T-shirts, stickers, all kinds of stuff. So come out and see us. Come out and say hi. Give us a follow on Facebook, and keep an eye out for us later. You can't miss that purple car.
The purple panty dropper, beautiful car. I love the lights underneath. And, of course, we like the show you put on as well. And they are located, kind of to explain, if you know where the T-shirts vendors are set up, Car Chicks, that area, they're kind of right off that with the big pink umbrella tent. You can't miss it. So stop down there. Are you going to be down there signing autographs?
Yes, sir. We'll be signing autographs, selling merch, and just hanging out. So
come say hello. Right now, Lisa's going to head back there to sign autographs. You see, I can see the pink pop-up from the tower. If you look right behind the tower, right across from the O'Reilly booth. Yeah. So that's a good way to say it. Lisa's going to head back down there and sign whatever you'd like signed. I'll just put it that way. Drag Strip Blondie. We're not going to call her Lisa. We're going to call her Drag Strip Blondie. Thank you, Lisa. So cleanup continues on the Berkeley side of the racetrack. Hopefully getting this done here pretty quickly. We got our fingers crossed, toes crossed, hoping to get back into racing here as the minutes kind of fly by on a Saturday afternoon. So as soon as I get an update, I'll kind of let you know where everything's at, and we'll go from there. So I see old Blondie heading back. So, I get the wave there. Drag Strip Blondie. You can see her in the pink top. She's having fun in her own little world there. But she's going to be back where the pink tent pop-up is in the vendor midway, kind of across from the O'Reilly booth. So stop in, check out their merchandise with the panty dropper team and signing some autographs over there as well. Might as well. What the heck? We got track cleanup going on. You might as well go down there and talk to Drag Strip Blondie for a little bit. I know I would. So if I was out there hanging out. We're doing a little dragging now. That tells me we're getting closer to getting back into competition. Not quite there yet, but we are getting closer. So the strip bar's open. Oh, well. How old are you? You're 19. You can't talk about the bar. You're only 19. Put your mic on. I'll hear you out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is coming from a 19-year-old, so
Take it for what it's worth? Is that what you're trying to say?
I cannot necessarily talk about alcohol, but the strip bar here at Cordova Dragway, I have Heath up in the tower with me. Heath is he kind of runs the bar as well as his sister, and they serve some amazing food. The pizzas over there are to die for. Have you had one, Scott?
I have not had a pizza over there.
They are some really good pizzas.
Are they really? You'd think they'd bring one up to the tower.
You would think.
you would think they would bring. You think they would bring one up to the tower just to let the announcers know how good it is.
I still think that's a good idea. I think we have time for that.
Where's the Dave's Cakes at?
So cake.
Dave's Cakes, amazing.
Oh, we ate those about 3 hours ago. What the hell are you talking about? Dave's Cakes, we ate those about 3 hours ago. So the strip bar is open. So if you want to go in, a lot of times at the World Series we talk about if you want to get some air conditioning because it's really hot out. This year we don't have that problem. So the doors are open over there. It's kind of a really kind of fun atmosphere. Got the deck, got music playing in there. You can go in, watch the races, what have you as well on the live feed. But the strip bar is open. That's the gray building in the center of the pit area. It's called the strip bar. They also have pizzas. I understand they have pizzas there. I really wouldn't know that because I haven't had one, but I do understand they have pizzas at that strip bar. So we're going to assume that's correct that they have pizza over there. But again, I can't really say because I've never really tasted any pizza out of the pit.
I can say I don't know if anything hits better than not leaving the drag strip after a beautiful Friday night
and having a pizza?
And grabbing a pizza. I can only have a soda pop. I can't indulge in any alcoholic beverages, but if you guys are of age,
21 and over.
21 and over, you guys can run on over to the strip bar, grab yourself a nice cold alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, adult beverage. Of your choice. They've got a full bar over there, so beer or mixed drinks, bar. Yeah. Like I understand they got some pretty good rum over there too.
I would not know.
Yeah, you would not know. I'm trying to get you caught up in this. You know that.
Yeah, you are.
Well, I do see some equipment back, so I'm gonna hope that means we're getting closer. Closer. Especially when you see the scrubber come back. That's a good sign. Darn downtime. Dang it. So what do we want to talk about?
I don't know. I can talk about almost anything.
Well, go for it.
Well, so here, you guys can see the guys in the blue shirt down track. I may or may not be one of those guys wearing a blue shirt. I'm up in the tower in the AC, though. Yeah. Those guys are not. Now, granted, this is probably one of the greatest weekends of the year, not only for the show that we put on here at Cordova Dragway, but for the weather.
Well, let me back up here. Before you start talking about the weather or whatever BS you're going to talk about, you got one of the uniform shirts on. You're part of the track crew, and they have an oil down, and you run to the tower?
Well,
is that how this works?
I did my part.
Yeah, you did your part. Yeah. Guys, I better check, see if they have the pizzas done over at the bar and run up and make some announcements up in the tower.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Got scrapers out there, mops, brooms. Yeah, I'll run up, make some announcements there. Talk about the strip bar, maybe some pizza. Yeah, got you figured out.
Oh, yeah. So all I got to say is somebody's got to do it, and I just so happen to be that somebody. But those guys down there in those blue shirts, granted, I'm not down there with them. I'm going to talk about them, not me. Those guys do an absolutely fantastic job here at Cordova Dragway. You can see they are working their hardest to get it cleaned up. I'm up here enjoying the AC. But I would just like to give a huge thank you to those guys out there working on that track.
I can see Dumpster Dan on the torch machine. That's a scraper torch. Actually puts heat on the track and lets you pull up a little bit of the rubber. And I'm sure he's just trying to get off a little bit of the rubber that might have had some moisture still in it from either the oil that got put down or the detergent or what have you. So cleaning up some of the deeper area there. Usually that doesn't take too long, and then we get back into racing here shortly. I'm sure the girl computer operators are probably took a nap. Did you guys both have a nap? You didn't take naps? Should have had a short nap.
Especially that one with the blue shirt. I've heard she doesn't like to do much sometimes.
Well, you never know. She comes from a family that's just kind of...
Yeah. I can agree with that. Well, if I look over there, look what they're eating.
What did they get? My pizza?
They're eating your cake.
They're eating the cake.
They're eating the cake. Where's that cake from?
What kind of cake is it? Dave's Cakes? Dave's Coffee. I knew it was
Dave's
coffee cake. I don't know where Dave's at, but it was good stuff. He's out here somewhere. Dave's Coffee Cakes. You can find him. Where?
Over by
here?
the concession
Over by the
stands.
concession stand. Dave's Coffee Cakes. Okay. The pit side concession stand, you'll find Dave's Coffee Cakes. Good stuff. Had some this morning. Had myself a Pam's Perk Frappuccino and some of the delicious coffee cake by Dave. Dave's Coffee Cake.
So you're saying you don't drink your coffee straight?
Are you kidding me?
You have to have a sugary drink.
I got to have
a
a sugar. Everything I eat's got sugar in it.
Speaking of sugar, you do something in your free time, don't you, Scott? That might be a little bit of a sugary treat.
Yeah, that's probably why we do that. We have a old-fashioned soda fountain and ice cream store down in the Gatlinburg, Sevierville, Pigeon Forge area of Tennessee called Red Soda Fountain and Ice Cream. So if any of you folks go down to the Smoky Mountains, you're going down to Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge, we're right there in Sevierville, which is right adjacent to Pigeon Forge in downtown Sevierville, easy for me to say. And it's called Red Soda Fountain and Ice Cream, homemade ice cream. We do the old ice cream sodas. We do huge banana splits. Our hot dogs are off the hook. Not that the hot dogs here aren't good, but ours are off the hook.
I can second that.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Homemade chili on there, homemade coleslaw. You can do the whole works dog. But if you come on vacation, come and see us down in the Smoky Mountains and beautiful area of Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, and Sevierville, Tennessee, about a mere 500 miles away from here.
Yes, it is. And you still came back for the World Series of Drag Racing. That's how amazing this event is.
Came back or forced back. I'm not really sure which. So, I mean, you know what? This is my 25th year of being the race director at the World Series of Drag Racing. That's a lot of drag racing.
That's more drag racing than I'm old.
I know. I was doing this before you were born. Isn't that scary? That's pretty scary.
For you, yeah.
Yeah. It might be a little scary for you, too.
Oh, maybe a little bit.
So we're getting closer, I believe, down there. So we have a lot of great sponsors out here. You just don't know what you're gonna talk about next as far as sponsors, because there's so many out here, including Holly Performance, Quick Performance. You can see them kind of on the wall. Motion Raceworks, man, what a great company. They've just innovating all kinds of products all the time, and they're in our local area. So Motion Raceworks, if you're looking for particular items, check them out on the internet. You'll see everything that they have. Northwest Illinois Home Inspectors, Bayou Rum, America's Best Rum. That was the rum I was trying to think of that you drink over at the bar. I couldn't remember what it was. And then there's a Gentleman's Club, but I can't remember the name of it. Trim Gentlemen's Club. I don't even know where that's at, but it's one of our sponsors. You probably do, because you probably hang out there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday before you come to work on the weekend. So.
Nope.
Looks like everybody's coming back towards the starting line, so racers probably need to be back to your cars in the staging lanes. I believe no box. If you're hanging out back there, you need to head back to your cars, because I think we're going to be underway here in about 5 minutes or so, from what I've been told. So racers that are in the no box buyback lanes, I think you'll be out next, and you'll be heading back to your vehicles to get ready for this next round of no box.
You know, Scott, you missed one of the sponsors that I personally enjoy. They've got some fun shirts, we can say. To keep it family friendly over the air, I'm going to say KTBF.
Keep the B floored. You got it. Keep the B floored.
Yep, and you know where you can snag some of their shirts?
Probably at the Cordova Clothing Company.
Absolutely.
There you go.
You hit the nail on the head on that one.
I figured it out. Woohoo! Blind squirrel gets a nut every now and then. Drivers to your cars, please. Nicole says, drivers to your cars. If you're in the no-box lanes, the buyback lanes, you're over there ready to go. Drivers to your cars. We're going to be ready to go here very, very quickly. So we need you in your cars. We've already lost quite a bit of time, so we want to get you back in and rolling as soon as we're ready. If you would, please, drivers, back to your cars. So the word is out. We're ready to go racing again. Welcome back to the 71st Annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World Series of Drag Racing, round number 2, no box. And I'm going to let you call the action.
Can and will indeed do that. Well, I can tell that truck in our right lane from just about anywhere. That is Jim Peterson rocking 2 tons of fun. Kevin Smith over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Like I said, we've got Jim Peterson and the Berkeys. Jim's got quite a few sponsors on that truck, as you can see. There is plenty of room. Some of them I can see from up here in the tower. We've got Walcott Collision, Bullet Camshafts, Larry Hodge Tires and Wheels, and a 009 light coming from Kevin Smith in the left lane. A double breakout round. Jim Peterson's going to take the win, running an 846 with a 7 on an 848 dial against Smith's 685 with a 9 on a 688. And we've got Tom Clemmy here in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Tom's going to be running a motorcycle going against Ben Milder. Ben's going to be dialed in at a 732 against Clemmy's 661. Lights coming on both sides of that tree, and another double breakout round. Clemmy's going to take the win, running a 660 with a 7 on a 661 dial. Kent Klein in the left lane, Freedom Motorsports lane, going against Cole Robinson. Now, Cole has recently switched to this car. He used to be a prominent runner in our junior dragster series, and he has since upgraded. I'd say that's a pretty big upgrade. I think he would agree with me on that. And Kent's going to break out, giving the win over to Cole, who ran a 640 with a 4 on a 640 dial. That was pretty close. You almost can't get much better than that on Cole's dial. Kyle Carter in the Freedom Motorsports lane on that orange camo motorcycle, going against Malachi Paxton in the Berkey's lane. Malachi is going to be moving on. Kyle Carter is going to red light a 005 red. And that's good news for Malachi. He ended up running a 724 with a 3 on a 728 dial. Jason Huggins here in the Freedom Motorsports lane. I can't put my finger on what kind of car that is. All I know is I like it. Going against Josh Agnew in the Berkey's lane. Josh is going to leave early on that tree. He went 206 red. And Jason's going to take the win, running a 662 with a 1 on a 654. Steve over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, running against Tim Railsback in the Berkey's lane. Tim's going to leave early on a 007 red, giving Steve the win. Steve runs a 708 with a 2 on a 714 dial. Some Chevy on Chevy action here on the starting line. We're going to be running what looks to be a Chevelle over my right lane. Pierce Brimmer in my right lane, going against Jerry in the left. Double red light round. Pierce is going to take the win, running a 623 with a 9 on a 633 dial, but Jerry left early, giving him the win. Denny Prochaska over in the Berkey's lane. Not the greatest lights coming from those drivers. They might not be very happy with those. Nevertheless, Denny's going to take the win over in the right lane, running a 641 with a 7 on a 617 dial. Eric Matter here in the left lane, Tower Lane, Freedom Motorsports lane. And in the Berkey's lane, we have Bob Ridenauer. Wheels up out of that right lane. And Bob's going to take the win, running a 652 with a 3 on a 642 dial. Here's something you don't see too terribly often. Looks to be an AMC Matador in my right lane, piloted by Jason Smith out of LeClaire, Iowa. Going against Chad Loberg in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Wheels up out of that green Fox body, pulling it down the track. And Chad's going to break out, giving the win over to Jason Smith, who ran a 834 with a 5 on the 833 dial. Dave Klein here in the beautiful blue GTX. Going against Chad Eicher in the right lane in that Chevelle. And Dave Klein's going to take the win, running a 754 with a 1 on the 754 dial. He is going to be happy with that run.
It ain't none of it mine, buddy.
Done eating over here, Isaac, or what?
Anderson here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, running that beautiful orange Chevy. And he's going to leave early, giving the win over to Lucas DeCook. Which Lucas is going to be happy with. He ended up breaking out, running a 643 with an 8 on a 650 dial against Anderson's 784 with a 4 on a 599 dial. Juniors, if you want to buy back, it is $30. Once again, juniors, if you want to buy back, it is $30 in lane 4. Once again, I will take my junior buybacks to lane 4. Tyler Lawson here in my Freedom Motorsports lane, running against Thomas Carroll. Wheels up out of Tyler Lawson. He pulled that wheelie about 200 feet out in that black S10. He's going to take the win. Hopefully we'll see more of that action later.
I was going to say, final call if you're around.
Box drivers, if you've not ran in round 2, this is your last call. No box drivers, if you have not ran in round 2, this is your last call. Dan here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, going against Tony Labarge. The 006 light out of that left lane, excuse me. And he's going to take the win, running a 656 with a 6 on the 648 dial. Rick Atkins here in the Freedom Motorsports lane running against Rob Emmerich. Rob sponsored by Twisted Shifters, which I believe they are on the grounds this weekend. Rob Emmerich's going to take the win. Rick ended up leaving a hair early on that tree in 019 red. Rob ran a 678 with a 5 on a 674 dial. Ecker here in the Freedom Motorsports lane running that white and orange Chevy Camaro. Going against the yellow Camaro, Larry Hahn is going to be piloting that one in our right lane. And they're going to pull the wheels up on that right lane. He's going to be happy with that reaction time, 005 green. He's going to take the win running a 660 with a 4 on a 657 dial. Nicholas Caputo in the Freedom Motorsports lane. I hope I said that last name right. I did. All right, that makes me happy. Going against Steve Marquis in the Berkey's lane.
Yeah.
Marquez. Oh, I got what I thought would have been the easier of the two names. And Steve's going to be happy with that. Light 006 green. Going down the track, good passes out of both of them. Steve's going to run a 581 with a 1 on a 574 dial. Chris Peterson here in the Freedom Motorsports lane running that beautiful blue and white Chevy. He's one of our locals. He runs that thing so well. Running against Mike Curse in the Berkey's lane. Chris Peterson is going to be happy. He's going to take the win on that. Mike left a little early on the tree, and it's a double breakout round. Chris ran a 781 with a 2 on a 784 dial. We've got a newer Mustang here in the left lane. It's got the 5.0 Coyote in it. They make a pretty good amount of power. Believe it or not, they are still a 302 Ford small block. They have definitely evolved since they've been in the Fox bodies. They're now running an EFI, not carbureted like the Fox bodies were, but they are still absolutely phenomenal engines. Going against Ryan Limkman in the right lane, or our Berkey's lane. Good light out of the left lane, and Ryan's going to leave too early, giving that white Mustang the win. That Mustang's going to run an 847 with a 7 on an 851 dial. Buybacks, we will take you to lane 4. Junior buybacks, we will take you to lane 4. It is a $30 fee. And I will take my junior winners to lane 5. Junior winners, lane 5. Jeff Freeman Jr. here on the starting line in his 69 Barracuda, going against Lawson in the right lane. And Autumn's going to pull a really nice wheelie, but unfortunately she left too early on the tree with an 016 red, giving the win over to Jeff Freeman Jr., running a 702 with an O on a 693 dial. Steve Pifkin over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, currently airing himself out from all that smoke he took in the burnout, against Bobby Ince Jr., running that black Nova. Steve's going to be in an 85 Daytona. Couple sponsors from him is the Logger House, Car Shop, Griffiths Auto Shop, Jim Peterson Transmission, and Pifkin Lawn Care. Green lights out of both of those cars. And Bobby Ince Jr. is going to take the win, running a 587 with a 5 on a 585 dial against Pifkin 677 with a 6 on the 676 dial. On Wolcott here in the Freedom Motorsports lane in the VW Bug. That is not a drag car you see very often. He's going to be running against Jeff Wheats out of Morrison. Wheels up out of that little Bug. A double breakout round. Jeff Wheats is going to take the win, running a 592 with a 6 on a 593 dial. Speaking of Wheats, I look in my right lane and I see Brad Wheats. He's going to be taking on Roy Holes out of Moline, Illinois, not too far from us. And Brad Wheats is going to take the win, running a 669 with a 5 on a 666 dial against Holes 693 with a 7 on a 695. Derek Snodgrass over here in the left lane, running against Jeremy Bausman over in the Berkey's lane. Jeremy's going to be piloting that beautiful green and white Chevy S10. And I'll tell you what, I don't think that's your average S10. Good lights coming from both these drivers. And Derek Snodgrass is going to take the win on that double breakout round, running a 7:14 with a 9 on a 7:15 dial. We've got Josh over in the Berkey's lane. The Boosin Winners car in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Josh is going to leave a little early. He's going to be really upset with that light. He was so close with a 001 red. Robinson out of Kelowna, Illinois in our Freedom Motorsports lane, taking against Ryan Robinson in the Berkeys. Brian cuts a good light, a 006 green. Nice change of event for some people. And he's going to run a 681 with a 1 on a 683 dial in this double breakout round. Congratulations, Brian. Mike Peterson Jr., he's one of our locals out of Port Byron, going against Austin Ridenauer. I can see a real big sponsor on the side of that 67 Camaro. Allen's Automotive, sponsoring Mike Peterson Jr. In a double red round, Austin's going to go less red. So he's going to take the win. He ran a 637 with a 7 on a 639. And we've got Bruce Beef Hunter in our Freedom Motorsports lane going against Jace Deering. He is back in his own car. Out of both lanes, but it's going to be a double breakout round. Jace Deering is going to take the win, running a 574 with a 5 on a 576. Mike Clark here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, running against Nathan Schroeder in the Berkey's lane.
Right by that white barn, right?
And another double breakout round. Mike Clark is going to take the win, running a 655 with an O on a 656 dial.
Oh, my man. Thank you, sir. Y'all doing all right?
Dalton Beal coming out of that Freedom Motorsports lane in that 70 Camaro, going against Tyler Barsima. Tyler also happens to be one of our junior drivers. He is running in our junior and our no box class this year. Tyler's been doing a phenomenal job in both. And Tyler Barsama is going to take the win, running a 672 with a 9 on a 668 against Beals 739 with a 1 on a 738. Drew Beal over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane running against Jim Pruitt. I have a note that says it's Marcia's birthday. Happy birthday, Marcia.
Ah, see? He said it's Marcia.
And Drew Beal is going to take the win on that one, running a 671 with a 5 on a 673 dial. Dave Crean in the Freedom Motorsports lane in that 86 Camaro, running against Andy Cook. And I'll tell you what, I think that Camaro is a little bit newer. I believe that's one of the Copo Camaros.
Yes, sir, it is.
Running a 350 small block under the hood of that thing. Wheels up out of there.
Factory Chevy special.
And Dave Crean's going to take the win in that 86. Newer is not always better in some cases, we can say. Roger Hoke here in the, I believe that's going to be a Charger, maybe a Challenger, going against Scotty Wheats. Wheats cuts a good light, 007 green, and he's going to take the win. He ran a 648 with a 4 on a 645. And Chevy on Chevy action. Tyler Brooks is going to be leaving with an 029 green. And he's going to take the win, running a 683 with a 5 on a 682 dial. Brian Stewart here in the Freedom Motorsports lane in that beautiful green Chevelle. Running against Ron Dykman out of Kewanee in that old Pontiac. Brian Stewart's going to take the win on that one, running a 676 with a 3 on a 669 dial. Otvar Hansen out of the Freedom Motorsports lane, going against Brennan in the Berkey's lane. These are two Mercury Capris. Do not mistake these for a Ford. And Brennan's going to take the win, running a 646 with an 8 on a Bit of troubles with the car, but it looks like he's still going to run. He got the all clear from the track staff. Oh, no, he did not. He has been shut down. It looks like this is going to be a competition bye going to the FOMO Loco. Aaron Richards is going to break the beams, and he's going to take the win. Unfortunately, Josh was not able to make a hit with that Pro-Charged 71 Nova. Aaron Richards is going to run a 752 with a 4 on a 752 dial. Box buyback, we will take it 8 and 9. Box buyback, we will take it 8 and 9. It is an $80 fee to buy back. Once again, box buybacks, lanes 8 and 9, $80. Siobhan Warner over in that right lane, coming in with a 674 dial. Going against Emily Vargason. In that, I'm gonna say that's an early 2000s Mustang. Not gonna put a year on it, because I'm more than likely gonna be wrong.
Box body was 93. That's 94 to 2004. 91, 2004.
Siobhan's gonna be happy with that light. 006 green. He's gonna take the win, breaking out, running a 673 with a 6. Jason Sealy in the Freedom Motorsports lane, running against Corey Mortensen in the Berkeys. Corey's running that GMC orange pickup.
And then that one between it is that Ross Cole deal that we just saw running.
And Corey's going to take the win, running a 691 on a 697. Quinn out of the I'm not for sure on how to say that. More Tails, Iowa. We're gonna go with that. That sounds cool. Brennan Wheats out of Clinton, Iowa, in our Berkey's lane.
Monticello. Monticello, bro.
That's exactly right. I know I've said Buck's hometown.
I've been corrected. It's Monticello is Quinn's hometown. Brennan Wheats is going to take the win, running a 685 with a 7 on a 685. Whitefells here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, going against Mike Jensen. Brent's going to go ahead and take the win, running a 672 on an O with a 652 dial. Minor here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, coming in with a 745 dial. And he's going to break out running a 740 with an 8 on a 745 dial.
Next out, our junior class. I think this is second round. I believe that's just what I heard. I did first round too, but we got so many race cars here this weekend, it's easy to lose track. This is our big sportsman day here at the World Series of Drag Racing. And some of these sportsman races are coming at you right now, and they are the junior variety. These kids can start running these cars when they're 7 years old. They can license in them when they're 6 and then go to competition when they're 7. I believe it's the NHRA that lets them license when they're 5 and run when they're 6. And we've all been around 5 and 6 year olds, and you're thinking a 6 or 7 year old is piloting one of these things? Oh yeah, we have it all the time out here. I've seen numerous 6 year olds get their license in these cars. And gives them a few laps. They figure it out. They know what they're doing. It is fun to see. That's Kylie Eads over there in the M84 Race Products sponsored iridescent blue machine. Don't have a name on the runner over here by the tower, but I'm going to say it's a young lady by the color of the dragster and the helmet. So here we go, second round action. And when they're coming out first, that's probably not good for them. What that means is they probably lost first round. They had to buy back into second round. So a loss here means done for the day. Tower Lane owns it on the tree. Kylie's got some work to do. Double breakout win for Kylie Eads. She makes it up at the end, and Kylie's going to get that win. Frankie McGlynn with her dad up there beside her, taking on Aiden Malik. And one thing you can say about our junior class, I mean, racing as a whole, drag racing as a whole, is a family event. Your crew chief is usually your wife. Your crew is usually your kids. That's the way it works with drag racing, but not so much, never more than in the junior class. Oh my gosh. There are so many dads and moms out here that are crew chiefs of these little race cars. You lose track. Trip zips, Aiden Malik, a perfect light. Holy cow. And he takes it to a win, 795 with a 9 on the 90. That's a 59059 package for Malik. 00000 light for Aiden. Wow. Melinda Merrick, I'm going to say sister material, following Aiden down the track. He's going to say, now, can you do that, sis? I just cut a trip zip light, and I won my race. Taking on Camden Straley over there, the big Camden on the side of his race car, telling the world, this is my ride.
Like you were saying, family and stuff about it, man. That's Don Straley, pilot of Al Bundy. That's his kid. And Aiden, the one that just cut the 000, that's Steve Malik. That's the extreme bird,
Yep, exactly.
super bird, Chicago wise guy. The guy put down 220 miles an hour in that blown injected green machine last night. You're going to see more of that coming up here later.
And Melinda Merrick just gets another win. So the sister follows the brother into the win category. And it's all good in the Merrick family right now. Lainey Thomas over here by the tower. That's her dad, Brian, putting her in the wings. And Brandy Covell, the wild child herself, taking her on. These two have went to war before here at Cordova. They are weekly participants in our junior drag racing program. First year out for Lainey this year. Breakout run for Lainey and Brindy Covell with the win. 795 with a 3 on her 794 dial.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We got a Kia in the way. License plate says Team Amy. We need that Kia moved, please. And thank you. We also got another vehicle. It's a Ford pickup truck. License plate number 213-7098. That's an Illinois plate. Ford F1 pickup truck. Black. We need both of those vehicles moved, please, and thank you.
Cameron Verkler, Cammy Verkler over here by the tower against Claire Wheats. Wheats in the Mississippi Thunder. At Alexa, one of our more effective racers here at the racetrack, taking on Derlin Borgari in the Killer Clown Machine, I think it says on the side. That's the Terrifier right there with Dale. Alexa owns him on the tree, and Alexa Burlett with the win, 758 with a 3 on the 51. Luke Kaufman in the all-black digger. Ryan Brockman with a little green flame going on there. Pretty similar green light starts. Win goes to Brockman, 812 on the 808. Neither with our green light that they're going to write home to Mama about, but it's a winner nonetheless for Brockman. That's Marley Clark in the Marmaid Dragster, the Berkey's Farm Store Lane. One of the more beautiful machines we have out here. Marley kind of designed and helped her dad paint that herself, and boy, they got a good-looking dragster. Haley Becker in the Ghost Flame Black dragger, and that thing is awesome too. That Ghost Flame red stuff on the front of it. Pretty cool. Marley goes red, and Haley Becker is going to get that win. That's Anelia Ford in the multicolored machine in that Berkey's lane. A lot of green, a lot of pink. It's really neat. And a lot of these juniors come up here with tremendous paint jobs on them. I sometimes wish the big dragsters would have as much thought put into their paint jobs as these juniors. Chloe McGlynn over here by the tower in the Freedom Motorsports side, taking Anelia on. Almost identical green light starts. We got a drag race, folks. Win goes to Chloe McGlynn, 796 with a 3 on her 796 050 package for Chloe. That's Jamison Clark, the youngest of the Clark children over there in the Berkey's lane. His dad putting him in the beams. Taking on Bailey Painter, the Choppers Bar and Grill Digger out of Cologne, Illinois. Nice 020 light for Bailey. And I think J-Mo is in trouble. Bailey Painter with a win, 805 with a 2 on the 790 dial as she got off the gas when she got to the stripe. She had passed him before she got to the 8th mile marker, and not wanting to break out, go too fast, just flat got off the gas and took the stripe. We got one of our red, white, and blue dragsters coming up here by the tower. I think we got 3 of them here this weekend that are in the patriotic theme. This one belongs to Aubrey Mayfield, taking on Reese Lawrence in the TPR machine.
Into the pits. I got a Chevy van that we need to move to. It's got Wisconsin plates on it. It's P as in Paul, J as in John, 5629. That's P as in Paul, J as in John, 5629. It's a Chevy van that needs to move. We've also got a Toyota out there. That's Illinois plates. F as in Frank, N as in Nancy, 99917. I repeat, it's a Toyota with Illinois plates on it. We need the car moved. F as in Frank, N as in Nancy, 99917.
Elijah Warner taking on Landon Cook. Cook, a veteran of junior dragsters. Been doing this many years in that white motion raceworks machine. Elijah's first year running his gunmetal gray digger. And Landon trying desperately to run Elijah down. Can he get it done? He does it. 887 with a 7 on the 8-9. A double breakout race. Double breakout win for Landon Cook. Colton Straley taking on Jake Wheats. Jake showed up with this dragster with the orange on the side last year. Big-time junior dragster builder built this for them specifically as a gift for Jake. And this is his second year running that car.
I want you fans to notice, too, if you see these front ends of these cars jumping, that's because they got a slip chassis in them. Just like a pro car. I mean, these things are engineered top-notch. I mean, seriously. They put big bucks in designing these cars and fabricating them. These are no jokes for race cars.
Straley turns on the old red light, and that because of that, he got off the gas early, saved his equipment. And he might be broke. It's hard to say. He's still out on the racetrack down there, and it looks like he is broke as he stopped about, a good 100 feet before he turns off. I don't know if he can refire it or not, but it looks like he's right now, he is dead stopped on the racetrack, so it's going to be a minute while we go out and get Colton, get him safely off the racing surface.
And for those who don't know what a slip chassis is, it is where they take the bottom frame rail of it. It goes inside diameter to outside diameter. When the car hikes back and sets the weight back, the frame actually slips and moves together to keep that thing planted to the ground. That is some very, very high-tech fabrication we're talking about right there.
I mean, there was a time when junior dragster class started out, they were running like Briggs and Stratton motors out of lawnmowers.
Brother, seriously, I was one of the first junior dragsters to ever go down Great Lakes Dragway with Broadway Bob. And that thing, it was a lawnmower. And after that, we started running alcohol motors that were blueprinted by Turk Brothers, putting out 50 horsepower out of a 5-horse Briggs and Stratton.
Every one of these cars you see out there right now got an all-aluminum mill in it. Almost all of them are running methane. Some of them running gasoline, the slower ones. Well, most of them are running methane.
You can hear them popping out there, crackling. Those things are top alcohol, little 5-horsepower motors putting out big horsepower.
Those of you who think they're looking at toys are wrong. These things are real race cars piloted by kids that are sometimes less than 10 years old.
You know it, and they'll definitely put your car in the trailer, you know?
What I like to say is the way these things run, and they run about 80 mile an hour to the eighth if you get the fast ones, and a lot of them do that. The street car you drove in here today will not go 80 mile an hour to the
Will
eighth
not.
mile.
No, these things will put you on the trailer. This is no joke. These kids are 7 years old piloting these things that are faster than the car you drove here. So,
Exactly.
These kids mean business.
The funny thing is I like to walk down in the lines between the racers at times when we're just doing timed runs just to get connected with the race car drivers out there. So wave at the guys and girls that I know. Nobody looks more determined than these junior dragsters. They are serious when they're sitting in their race cars.
Oh, yeah, their dads and moms are standing behind them. You know that. They are competitors. They are fierce competitors out there. They mean business.
All right, that's P.J. McGlynn with his dad putting him in beams, taking on Jamison Quinn. Jamison wins races here sometimes, and sometimes he races at other tracks. He moves around with his little black dragster. P.J. a participant in our points chase in our junior dragster category, so he's here quite a bit. So he should know this racetrack end to end. PJ in at 891, Jamison at 874. Jamison Quinn with the advantage on the hit. PJ might be in trouble, sure enough. PJ tries to make up the difference for a poor light, breaks out doing it. Jamison Quinn with the win. Here's one of the hitters we have in our junior class, and she would kind of shy if I said that about her, but Jill Full has just been mowing them down here lately with that junior right here by the tower in the Freedom Motorsports side. Jill and her friend Frankie come up here from time to time, and a bunch of other kids, and they help me announce up here with the junior category. If they happen to go out in the first couple rounds, I get a contingent of about 4 or 5 junior dragsters that come up here, and they do the junior dragster announcing for me. They're my trainees, and they're all about maybe 12. They range between 16 and 8 years old.
That's awesome, Mike. When I was at 66, we had the Becker family, the 3 daughters. They used to come up and help me announce too. And hey, who knows more about the juniors than the junior drivers themselves?
Exactly, and they do a tremendous job. I mean, they're up here, and I'm duly impressed. The girls are, I think we're looking at 15 and 17 years old, and they do a great job. Calvin Holt over here by the tower was talking about him earlier. He was leading the points in our novice junior class. And that digger that's in the Freedom Motorsports time, but he has got his work cut out for him. Camden Holdorf in the red, white, and blue machine runs usually in our super junior class. So we got a novice junior against a super. This we don't usually see, but this is an all-run event. Unfortunately, Calvin goes red, and he makes it easy for Camden. All right, that's Kaylee Dieters by the tower. Had a little ET mix-up going on there as we punched him into the computer. We got it straightened out now. Taking on Braden Began in the Dodge Hellcat digger out of Davenport.
That one right there, that one has the fake fogger system on it and the underglow lights on that thing. That little car is such a showstopper.
The Hellcat?
Yes, the Hellcat sponsored junior dragster. That thing is wicked. If we get to see it under the lights here tonight, it's going to be a show. It was out the Builder's Brawl. I'm pretty sure that was when we saw this thing. It's got neon lights underneath it, and they've got compressed oxygen in there, and it puts out a fog like it's purging the nitrous system on it. It's wicked.
That's so awesome. I mean, we got another one here, that also Kaylee Eads has ground effects on her iridescent blue machine. Comes out blue all over the track.
Wicked.
Unfortunately, by the time she can turn them on, we're to eliminations, and she can't do it anymore. But
yeah,
I want to see it sometime.
Can't run it in elimination, can't you? It's a distraction for the other car.
Jordan Nance, Jaden Nance with the win there. 791 with a 2 on the 91. Taylor Cronhart with a breakout run, hands the win to the Tower lane. Cool little junior over here by the Tower, that bright white with the orange stripes on it. I really like that thing. That thing is cool. And not a normal runner here. That is Cassidy Becker. We don't usually see Cassidy here. Glad to have the Beckers this weekend. Welcome to Cordova Dragway.
It matches the Camaro she's driving too, buddy, if you noticed that. Sponsored by Sub Trailer Hitch. That's her dad out there, Brian Becker. They got 3 daughters that run those cars. I've seen them all since they were knee-high to grasshoppers running these juniors, and now to see them in an actual door car, it's just awesome to see how the kids grow and advance in the sport.
So one of them is running a Camaro with the same kind of paint pattern on it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is
white
awesome.
with orange stripes. That's why that one looks like that.
Maddie McGlynn with the red light, and so Cassidy, we're going to get to see Cassidy in that good-looking junior next round. Jeff Freeman up here, crew chiefing on 2 kids. This is Benji. He's got 2 double dealing this weekend. Got Benji, got Sam, and this is Benji over here in the Freedom Motorsports side, taking on Gunnar Painter. Gunnar, a veteran of the junior dragster ranks, and he's a novice junior, but he's been running, I think, for 3 years already as a novice. So got a lot of laps under his belt. Nice little 032 light for Freeman. And I think Benji's got this covered as I hear him tapping the throttle at the end of the racetrack. Sure enough, Benji Freeman with the win. 806 with an 8 on the 790 dial. Ruby Clark over here by the Tower. Dad putting her in the lights, taking on Ryerlyn Snodgrass. Albany, Illinois, in the purple machine. These two have raced each other before in our Super Junior class. A couple young ladies on the line, side by side. Ruby with the advantage on the hit. Ruby Clark with the win, 755 with a 3 on the 50. This is Brody Tucker in the Freedom Motorsports lane, the one closest to the Tower, sponsored by Memories in the Making. Tuck's Custom Trucks, taking on Gracie Shaver.
Speaking of sponsors, I'd like to take a second to thank our sponsors, Burr Ridge Roofing. Thanks for coming out, folks, and sponsoring the 71st running of the World Series of Drag Racing. Also like to welcome the UAW Local 281. They make the John Deere products that shake the earth. Thanks for sponsoring the 71st running of the World Series of Drag Racing here at Cordova Dragway, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Brody Tucker with the win on a double breakout run.
Next up, that's Sam Freeman in the near lane out of Davenport, Iowa. Dialed in 792 on the side of that midget missile. Taking on Landon Erst in the Berkey's lane, down at 893 on that American flag junior dragster. Spectator lane. Win light goes on for Freeman, getting on there 799 on that 792 dial, and a tough break for Landon, breaking out by 8/10,000ths of a second. Next up, James Full in the Berkey's Farm Store side, Spectator lane, dialed in 790. Taking on Tyler Barsima in the Freedom Motorsports side, sponsored by FTI Performance and FTI Farm Team. He's dialed in 793. Barsima takes it at the stripe. Both of them break out. Tough break, though, for James Full. Goes a little bit faster than Barsima. Barsima goes 792 with a 4 and that 9.3 dial the next round of junior dragster. Round one winners for box. We need you to 6 and 7. Round one winners for box. We need you to please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Love this altered out here right now. Healthy burnout from that Camaro. Thing sounds mean and lean. That's Mark Clark, sponsored by Sears Seating, Triple E Sales, and the Triangle Inn in the Freedom Motorsports lane on the side of that Camaro. Taking on Eric Close in that altered far side. He's dialed in 520, 604 on the side of the Camaro. Altered, 520 in the Berkey's Farm Store side. Altered's in, waiting on the Camaro. He flashes in. Here come the lights. Win light goes on for Clark. He goes 611 on that 604, cutting the tree down. Tough break from a man in the far lane. He goes 532 on that 520 dial to the trailer. That's Mike White on the Kawasaki. In the spectator lane, dialed in 549. Taking on Ryan Plum in the near lane in that dragster. He's dialed in 548. Red light for the bike. Tough break. Win light goes on for Plum. He goes 553 on that 48 dial. The next round of box. Attention, round one winners for box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. I repeat, round one winners for box. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. That's Andy Campbell in the far lane. Dialed in 589. Taking on the bike, dialed in 555. Win light goes on for the bike. He goes 555 with a 4 on that 555 dial. That's Brian White, headed to the next round of box. That's Corey Duncan in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. He's dialed in 634. Taking on the dragster. Dragster in the Freedom Motorsports lane, dialed in 461. Dragster going to play the waiting game on the starting line, seeing if he can reel him up as Duncan tries to turn the wind light on. Dragster catches him. He goes 463 on that 61 dial. Tough break for Corey Duncan, falling just a little bit farther off, running at 639 on that 34 dial. Here's his brother, Jeff Duncan, in the Berkey's Farm Store side, dialed in 608. Got a bunch of S10s out there. Near lane, Freedom Motorsports side, he's dialed in 687. Duncan in the far lane, dialed in 608. Jeff Duncan takes it at the stripe. He goes 610 on that 08 dial. Starting line advantage. Turns the wind light on for Jeff Duncan. That's Brian Schroeder in the far lane, spectator side. Dialed in 511 on the side of that black dragster. Near lane, Shelby Sorensen. Sorensen dialed in 592. Win light goes on for Brian Schroeder, running a 519 on an 11 dial in. Check out this Nova, gorgeous Nova, in the Berkey's Farm Store side, spectator lane. That's Bill Lenz, dialed in 799. We got Ken Barsima in the Freedom Motorsports lane. He's dialed in 5 flat on the side of that gorgeous dragster. That's Ed Boosman in the near lane, dialed in 451. Taking on Jesse Lasik. Bousman, Ed Bousman in the near lane. 451 dialing on the side of that dragster. Taking on Jesse Lasik. Lasik dialed in 476. Wow, look at these guys. Cutting the trees down. 004 reaction time, spectator lane. 007 in the Freedom Motorsports side. He runs a 476 on his 76 dialing. Wow. Way to go, Jesse Lasik in the spectator lane. Headed to the next round of box. That's PJ Mazuka in the Daytona. He's down 555. Taking on Greg Huizinga. Greg Huizinga in the near lane, 66 Chevelle. He's dialed in 558. Daytona dialed in 555. Win light goes on for Greg Huizinga. He goes 558 on that 558 dial, the next round of box. Here's Tom Clemmy taking on Tony Pullen in the far side. Blazer dialed in 534. Bike dialed in 560. Colton Lane in the near lane, getting a win light, going 482 with that 003 reaction time. Way to cut down that tree, Colton. That's Josh Freese in the J2000 Pontiac, far side. He's dialed in 582. Taking on Judy Davis in her Mustang, near lane, dialed in 685. Oh, tough break for Judy. Jody, sorry about that. Jody Davis runs it out the back door, break it out. Josh Fears takes the win like 582 with a 3 on a 582 dial-in. Sorry, Jody. That's Brady Wolf in the far lane. Taking out this gorgeous Nova in the Freedom Motorsports side, dialed in 585. Brady Wolf in the dragster, turbocharged dragster, dialed in 474. Wheels up out of the Nova. Oh my God. Brady Wolf, though, cutting the tree down. Wind light goes out for the Nova, though, running 585. Jody falls off that number, going 477 on that 7.4 die, throwing away a 001 reaction time, headed to the trailer. That's Jared Balk in the dragster, far side, dialed in 481. Taking on Colton Lane in the near lane, side of that Mustang, dialed in 636, Freedom Motorsports side. Double breakouts. Win light goes on for Jared Balk, though. He goes 480 with a 5 on that 8-1 dial. Tough break for Lane. We got Kudo versus Duster on the starting line right now. That's Michael Freeman in the near lane, taking on Jeffrey Wheats, far side, sponsored by Wheats and Son Septic Service, Bushy's Bar and Grill, Bushy Slots, and Memories in the Making. He's dialed in 592. Near lane, 628. Almost identical reaction times. Who's going to be at the top end? It is Wheats. He goes 592 with a 9 on that 9-2 dial to next round. Check out these two on the starting line right now. Gorgeous Pontiac versus 56 Chevy Shoebox. Yes, sir. Gorgeous Chevy Shoebox. Loving that thing. 56. He's dialed in 545. Josh Fears. Pontiac's dialed in 606 in the near lane. That's Chrissy Dieters. Zach Lewis behind the wheel of that 56 Chevy Shoebox, dialed in 545 in the Berkey's Farm Store side. Lewis with the starting line advantage takes it at the stripe, going 545 with that 56 Chevy on that 4-5 dial to next round of box. Another gorgeous Nova in the far lane. How do you know I love Novas? Well, I named my daughter Nova, so yeah, there's that. Dialed in 660 in the Berkey's Farm Store side. That's Travis Prochaska in the near lane. In that dragster, dialed in 488. Freedom Motorsports side. Red light for the Nova sends Prochaska to next round of box. Going 489 on that 88 dial. Check out this 55 Chevy shoebox. This thing is gorgeous. I love this car in the Freedom Motorsports side, Tower Lane. That's Tom Lindell. Behind the wheel of that 55 Chevy. Gorgeous car. Dialed in 549. Taking on Shane Pope in his dragster. Berkey's Farm Store side. Dialed in 509. Win light goes on for that gorgeous 55 shoebox. He goes 550 on that $49 the next round. Tough break for Shade Pope. He breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. We got Nova versus Camaro. Nova in the far lane. That's my man Bobby Inch Jr. He's dialed in 582. Taking on the Camaro in the near lane. Dialed in 653 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Red light for the Camaro sends Bobby Inch Jr. to next round of box. Way to go, buddy. He runs that thing out the back door going 581 with a 6 on that 82 dial, seeing where it's at. That's Pat McGlynn in that yellow dragster with the blue flames on it. Freedom Motorsports side. He's dialed in 492. Taking on Jay Wilson in the Nova far lane. He's dialed in 591. Berkey's Farm Store side. Win light goes on for Pat McGlynn. He goes 492 with a 2 on that 492 dial. Wilson's going to be kicking himself. He goes 590 with a 6 on that 91 dial. Breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Pretty sure that's Mike Ballard out there, far lane. Yes, it is. In that gorgeous red Firebird. He's dialed in 533. Taking on Kevin Verkler in his gorgeous dragster. Love the paint scheme on this thing. He's dialed in 479 in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Oh my! Ballard's gonna be tough to beat. Can he do it? He gets beat, my man. Look at that 479 with a 6 on that 479. Ballard's gonna be kicking himself. He goes 003 off the tree, but falls just a little bit farther off on that dial and going 534 with a 7 on that 33 dial to the trailer. Tough break for Mike Ballard. Attention to the pits. I need Nostalgia Superstock. Please report to the back of staging lane 6 and 7. Nostalgia Superstock, second round. Please report to the back of staging lane 6 and 7. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, you are on standby. Round 1, Nostalgia Superstock. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. That's Dale Killer Jones out there. Where my man Mike, he says they use that dragster as a weapon. Taking on Scott Marston. He's dialed in 480. The Killer out there is dialed in 468 in the far lane. Berkey's Farm Store side. Killer takes it. Look at his 468 with a 5 on a 468 dial. Marsden's going to be kicking himself, too. He goes 009 off the tree, but breaks out by 0.003 of a second. There's Brandon Phillips in his black dragster. Berkey's Farm Store side, dialed in, 528. Taking on Justin Reeves. Reeves, sponsored by Chucky's Tenderloin. They're out there right now. Check it out, Chucky's Tenderloin. Great tenderloins. They brought some up here earlier. Loving it. If you guys are looking for that bloomin' onions, the bloomin' onions are right by spectator side, the white little barn. If you're looking for a bloomin' onion, please head on over to the spectator side by the white barn. White shed. Justin Reeves, near lane, dialed in 447. Brandon Phillips, far lane, 528. Reeves on the hunt. Can he reel him up? He does. He goes 472 with a 2 on that 447. Wow, tough race right there. Brandon Phillips hits his number 2. He goes 528 with a 7 starting line advantage to my man in the Freedom Motorsports side. That's Andrew Cronkleton in the near lane. That gorgeous Camaro. He's dialed in 571. Taking on Heather Began in the far lane, dialed in 507. Began, a bunch of family members out here. I know one of them is running Chicago Wise Guy. That's Jesse Began, man. He hangs out a burnout. I want him up in the tower. I need to interview that guy. He's got the blown injected red Chevelle that hangs it out way past the 8th mile. You're going to see him later tonight. He is a fan favorite for sure. Oh, yes. Pro Stock NHRA truck. I love that class, Mike. This is an actual Pro Stock NHRA truck, okay? They canceled that class, which I really hated when they did that. But that is Bill Rotz behind the wheel of that vehicle. He's dialed in 536, taking out Scott Lindell in the Beretta Illumina. He's dialed in 511 in the Freedom Motorsports side. Nostalgia Superstock, please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, I need Nostalgia Superstock. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. Ozark Super Shifters, you are on standby. Ozark Super Shifters, you are on standby. Bill Rotz, oh, Lindell takes it. He goes 512 on that 511 dial. Tough break for Bill Rotz, falling off on that 545 with the 36 dial-in. Thank you, buddy. '62 bubble top, gorgeous car in the far lane. Love this whip. That's Aaron Itchell, dialed in 612. That's Aaron Mitchell, sorry. We forgot the M on the screen. That's Aaron Mitchell in the bubble top Impala, dialed in 612, far lane. Taking on Todd Trench in the black dragster, Freedom Motorsports side. He's dialed in 471. Trench breaks out. Aaron Mitchell puts the win light on. Headed to next round of box.
Sean Dieter is in the dragster over here by the tower. That car himself.
Sean Dieter in the near lane, taking on Jay Steering in the far lane. He's down in 573 in that roadster. Grant Zimmerman's in the far lane, pardon me. He's down in 573. Taking on Sean Dieter's in the near lane. Dieter's down in 477. Freedom Motorsports side. Win light goes on for Dieter's, going 79 on that 7-7 dial. Tough break for the far lane. Hitting his number, going 573 with the 3, but can't keep up with that reaction time. 003 on the tree for Dieter's. Killing it. Ryan Wersema. That's Arnie the Farmer's Benjwick grandson out there. Far lane, bumper to bumper, all original Pontiac. Dialed in 530 far side. Taking on Scott Dale in the near lane in that dragster. Dragster dialed in 503. Pontiac dialed in 530. Yep, when your grandfather is Arnie the Farmer Benjwick, you better be driving a Pontiac, and he sure is. Win light goes on for the Pontiac. He goes 530 with a 9 on that 530 dial-in. Flexing that Arnie the Farmer Benjwick muscle. Pontiac muscle all the way. Brian Barton out there, far lane. He's dialed in 603. Taking on Levi Cords in the near lane. Dragster's dialed in 503. Can the dragster get him? He does. He goes 503 with a 5 on a 503 dial in to next round of box. Loving this Lumina out there. Oh, that one might be the Beretta. I think so. I'm thinking so. Beretta, Lumina. Somebody come up here and correct me, but it's a Chevy in the near lane, I'll tell you that. Jeremy Youngblood dialed in 514 Freedom Motorsports side. Taking on Brian Becker himself, the far lane in the white dragster. He's dialed in 467. Sponsored by Sub Trailer Hitch. Brian Becker cutting down that tree. Triple zip, 0 reaction time. Perfect reaction time for Brian Becker. He runs a 483, falling way off, but Youngblood breaks out by 200 thousandths of a second. Tough break for Jeremy Youngblood. Brian Becker, though, cutting that tree down. Perfect reaction time. John Woolwine in that 68 Chevelle, near lane. Love this car. He's got his brother out here too, Bob Woolwine. They both got Chevelles. Near lane, no doubt, in 574. Taking on Bobby Marquise in that dragster. Marquez dialed in 489 in the Berkey's Farm Store side. Red light for Woolwine. Sends Bobby Marquez to next round. She cuts the tree down going 009. Runs it out the back door. 483 with a 9 to next round. Here's Bob Woolwine, the brother of John. Near lane, dialed in 550. Far lane, dialed in 489. Red light for the other wool line. What's going on? Wow.
Last time, this is Charlie Hammer.
Charlie Hammer and this gorgeous Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. Middle age crazy on the side. Dialed in 490. .001 off the tree, killing it. Goes 488 out the back door. Love that car. What a blast.
Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. Let's have ya. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9.
This is Nostalgia Super Stock in the water box now. You're going to see a lot of gorgeous cars out there. Tons of Mopars, tons of Plymouths. First round eliminations of Nostalgia Super Stock on the starting line right now. Plymouth Barracuda.
Belvedere.
Taking out the Belvedere in the far lane. Belvedere dialed in 1250. Barracuda dialed in 11 flat. That's Seth Robinson in the near lane. Taking out Jimmy Ferguson in the Berkey's Farm Store side. Spectator lane. Plymouth Belvedere versus Plymouth Barracuda. Ozark Super Shifters. Ozark Super Shifters, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9. I need Ozark Super Shifters. Please report to staging lanes 8 and 9 now. This is your call. Yeah, buddy, that's a dart. Dustin Christensen out there in the dart. Spectator side, 1175 on the side of that whip. Taking out Drew Beal in his Camaro. Josh Fears, pardon me. Josh Fears in the near lane. It is Drew Beal, I'm sorry. Drew Beal takes it. Double breakouts. Who's first or worst, though? He goes 1073 to the 4 and that 7-5 dial. The next round on Nostalgia Super Stock. There's Bobby Haberberger in the far lane out of Beaufort, Missouri. He's dialed an 11 flat. Yeah, buddy, Dodge Dart. Taking out Johnny Schmidt. Both of them dialed in 11 flat. Bobby takes it at the stripe, going 11-18 on that 11 flat dial. 67 Chevelle wagon, or Impala wagon. That thing's gorgeous. Love this thing. And a Mercury Cyclone in the far lane. Cyclone dialed in 11 flat. Eric Galloway in the wagon near lane, dialed in 12 flat. Sponsored by Red's Auto Parts. Attention in the pits. If you lost your credit card holder, I believe first name Owen, if you can identify this, we have it at the tower. There's a bunch of credit cards in it. If you dropped your credit card holder, your debit card holder, it's a Ridge credit card holder with wood grain on it. '67 Mustang, powered by Donald Foddy. And the Duster in the near lane. Duster dialed in 11 flat. Mustang dialed in 1150 in the Berkey's Farm Store side. Spectator lane. That's Jim Sampson in the near lane. Red light for Donald Foddy. Sends the Duster to next round, a nostalgia super stock. Love this thing. 59 El Camino near lane. Taking on the Plymouth Satellite. That's Jerry Kunster in the near lane out of Lancaster, Wisconsin. He's dialed in 1258 on the side of the El Camino. That's Jason Schilling behind the wheel in the far lane, dialed in 1250. Win light for the 59 El Camino gets 1256 on that 50 dial. Dartzilla in the near lane. Taking on Russ Behrens. Behrens dialed in 975 in the far lane on that Plymouth Belvedere. Taking on Dennis Spurgeon in the Dartzilla. The Belvedere's got a 472 Hemi in it. Let's see what it does. Dartzilla's trying to reel him up. Don't think he can do it. Having some trouble out there. It's gonna be Behrens with the win light in the Berkey's Farm Store side, going 1033. He sees that Spurgeon had some trouble, so he gets his foot out of it, saves it for next round. Far lane, 64 Dodge Polara, called Black Max, piloted by Brian Haberberger out of Union, Missouri. He's dialed in 1225. Taking on Marty Mum in the near lane out of Cassville, Wisconsin in the 65 Chevelle. Dialed in 950, near lane. Attention to the pits. No box, round 3. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7. I repeat, no box, round 3. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. I need no box, round 3. Please report to staging lane 6 and 7 now. It's going to be Brian Haberberger out of Union, Missouri in that 64 Dodge Polara Black Max taking the win light. Going 1125 with a 6 on that 1125 dial. Check it out. Impala versus Belvedere. It's a Dodge 330 in this lane here, buddy. It's a 64 Dodge 330, piloted by Jim Kroger out of Sparta, Wisconsin, dialed in 10 flat. Taking on Bob Dillon in the far lane, dialed in 1225. Bob Dillon takes it at the stripe. The 330 Dodge breaks out, going 994 on that 10 flat dial in.
Coming out, the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters in competition. They are going head-to-head. This counts. If you like gear jamming, wheel hanging good time, this is your class.
Dirk Zimmerman here in the tower side, the freedom side of the motorsports lane, and Rick Maffael in the Camaro. Over on the Berkeley side, the spectator side, we are in the gear jamming. Super shifter, high winding RPM cars. Red light start for McPhail, so Zimmerman will go to the next round. This is round 2, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Charlie Ray and the Ray Racing Mopar backing up on the starting line over on the Berkeley side of the track. Jim Harden here in the tower lane, that beautiful Chevrolet Nova, dialed 889. So Charlie Ray's going to be out a little bit on the Mopar. We'll see if the Chevrolet can chase him down. We are in round 2, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. I need no box, round 3 to the lanes, please. No box, round 3 to the lanes. No box, round 3 to the lanes, please. Charlie Ray out with a good reaction time. Here comes the Chevrolet to the top end. We go to the finish line stripe. Mopar or Chevrolet, it goes. Double breakout win to the Chevrolet, 887.9 on an 889 dial-in. The Mopar driver, Charlie Ray, actually had the better reaction time, but gave it away at the finish line stripe. Justin Clark backing up in the Ford here in the tower side of the track. Justin Clark, multi-time champion in the Ozark Mountain Super Shifter category. He's out of Columbus Junction, Iowa, up against Jamie Kelly in the beautiful Chevy Malibu. Chevy Malibu's dialed 996, so it'll get a head start, handicap head start on the starting line. The Ford will have to do the chasing here in round number 2. No box, no box, no box. Needed to the lanes, round 3, no box. Round 3 to the lanes, please. RPMs come up, big wheel standing launch. Here comes the Ford as we go on down to the quarter mile here at the World Series of Drag Racing top end. It will be Ford for the win and a double breakout. Justin Clark, 053 reaction time, runs 872 on the 874 dial as Kelly goes way under his dial. Better reaction time, better run for Justin Clark than the Ford entry in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Brings our next pair to the starting line. Jamie King in the blue Chevrolet Camaro up against the orange Camaro of Mike Rogers out of Coal Valley, Iowa. 839 to an 833 dial. This is a close dial, so you won't even really see the difference in the Christmas tree. My guess is here, whoever moves first on the starting line is going to win this race. Once again, round 3, no box. You should be in the lanes. Round 3, no box. You should be in the lanes. You're coming out momentarily. Junior dragsters, you're on standby. Round 3, Junior, you're on standby. Well, keep an eye on the starting line. There's only 6 1/100ths of a second's difference between these guys. Handicap head start to the orange Camaro. If it moves first, it'll have an advantage here. We'll see what happens. Both drivers out good, but it looked like King had the jump. We'll see if he can do it in the blue Camaro at the top end. It is Jamie King with the win.